Good morning. At 7 a.m., a quorum is present, and this meeting has been duly called and posted in a time and manner according to law. At this time, I'd like to invite the Honorable Judge Curtis Parrish to the podium to open this meeting in a prayer and lead us in the pledges to the U.S. and Texas flag. Judge.
Please pray with me. Oh, Holy Father, we thank you for the morning, for the beauty of rain. Thank you, Father, for what this does to our dry and thirsty land. And we give you the praise and the glory and the honor for healing our land. Father, we pray for this morning, for the words, for the actions that are going to happen in this room. I pray for this board, Father, that you give them wisdom, that you give them insight, but more importantly, Father, you give them compassion for what they are doing in serving your people here in Lubbock. I pray for the administrators, the faculty, staff, all those who touch these children's lives. Father, would you give them the compassion and passion to do their job? And Father, also this morning, I hold up the parents and the grandparents and the aunts and uncles that also help these children, because we know that learning begins at home. And Father, as the team that gets together, that concentrates solely on educating our kids, would you just empower them with love and passion and a desire to do the right thing for our kids? Father, we thank you for opportunities to serve. I thank you for this board who have stood up and said, we want to serve our people. And as a fellow servant, Father, I pray a blessing on them and their families, especially through this Christmas season. And help us to remind us, Father, on a moment-by-moment basis that your Son Jesus is the reason for this season. And that, Father, we serve because he first served us. And it's in his name, his holy name, we pray. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible. Thank you all. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Judge.
This is one of the most exciting times and one of the most exciting board meetings that we have, because we get the opportunity to recognize so many students. So as you can see, the room is full, so we're going to get right to it with the recognitions. At this time, I'd like to invite the Executive Director of Athletics, Mr. Mike Meeks, to the podium so we can do the recognition of our cross-country state qualifiers. Morning, Coach.
Good morning, Professor Stubblefield, Board of Trustees, Dr. Rollo. Thank you for this opportunity to recognize our kids at the state level and especially our academic all-state kids. We'll start with a little bit different this morning. We're going to have multiple kids come through at different times through this presentation, not necessarily all at once. One kid receiving multiple awards, but so you'll see different kids coming for multiple awards. So we'll start with our cross-country state qualifiers. These kids competed at Old Settlers Park at Round Rock on November the 3rd, an early Friday morning race. Beautiful morning in Austin. So from Lubbock High School, please welcome Reese Pena. She was third place. She was third trip. This was her third trip to the state meet. She was 17th place with a time of 18:36. Her cross-country coach is Michael Sparks, and I believe he's here in the back here. So, from Monterey High School, Trip Gray. He's a two-time state qualifier. He finished in 68th place with a time of 16:39. Bailey Springer from Monterey High School. She's a three-time state qualifier. She finished in 29th place with a time of 19:03. Sydney Smothers from Monterey High School. She finished in 55th place with a time of Monterey cross-country coach is Krista Jones. In the back. From Coronado High School, Zanisha Harris. This is her, she's a state qualifier. She finished in 70th place at the state meet, and she's been to the state meet before, and I have to say, Z, she had a rough start. She fell down about 300 meters out of the race. Is that right? That's right, Z? All right. She got up and did a fabulous job competing to finish that race. So congratulations, Z. And our Coronado cross country coach is Amy Withrow. Amy? Hi, Amy. All right, we'll move on to our Texas High School Coaches Association and TGCA.
Mike,
Let's get it.
let's do a picture with
Oh,
the coaches
okay.
first.
Very good.
Coaches,
And principals,
Parents, if you'd like to
We're gonna take a group photo for a group shot.
too.
coaches and principals.
Did he just tell the parents to come take pictures? Appreciate it.
I squeeze in between the flags.
Come on up, you bet.
Coach, y'all come on in here. Y'all can probably get behind. I'm the bus.
Doug, how are you, sir?
All right, congratulations.
Okay, parents, I was reminded that we do have a photographer here, and we will get you these nice, fine pictures in a Google document to you. So, all right, THSCA, TGCA Academic All-State Awards. So we'll start with the Texas High School Coaches Association recognition first from Coronado High School. These will be a combination of volleyball and cross country at the same time. So from Coronado High School and representing volleyball, Ella Barkley. She was academic all-state second team. She had a GPA of 4.36. She's 21st in her class out of 371. I guess she's here today. Okay. Josie Soto, Coronado High School, academic all-state honorable mention in volleyball. She had GPA of 3.77. She's ranked 88th out of 371. Next up is Addison Schaffner, academic all-state honorable mention in volleyball. GPA of 3.96, ranked 55 out of 371. Next is Grace Ward, academic all-state honorable mention in volleyball. GPA 93.58, 74. She was 74 out of 371. Already have recognized the cross-country coaches, but our volleyball coach is Coach Candy Stevens. From Estacada High School, academic all-state, Naraya Gomez, academic all-state honorable mention in volleyball, had GPA of 4.6037. She's also ranked number 7 in her class. Next is Zakia Upshaw from academic all-state first team, okay, volleyball. She has GPA of 4.803, and she's ranked number 1 in her class at Estacada. And her Estacada volleyball coach is Gloria Maestas. From Lubbock High School, Alyssa Barrera, academic all-state second team in volleyball. She had 100.2 average, number 57 out of 435 in her class. Jolie Butts, academic all-state honorable mention in volleyball, 96.33 average, 123rd out of 435 in her class. Lauren Fritsch, academic all-state second team in volleyball, 102.978 average, number 41 in her class. Emily Forrest, academic all-state second team in cross-country, here's cross-country all-state, GPA 4.6358. A lot of numbers. 45 in her class out of 435. Next is Lexi Guevara, academic all-state second team in volleyball.
Congratulations.
99.904 average, 66 out of 435. Next is Kaya Garcia, academic all-state second team in volleyball, 98.32 average, number 77 in her class. Haley, he just told me right there. Haley Ice, academic all-state second team in volleyball, 98.565, number 85 in her class. Next is Laura Johnson, academic all-state first team in volleyball, 104.348, number 10 in her class at Lubbock High. Next is Bailey Literal, academic all-state honorable mention, volleyball, 94.05, 146 in her class. And our volleyball coach at Lubbock High is Matt Leisman, and he's back here. From Monterey High School,
Good morning, congratulations.
Laney Bradley, academic all-state second team in volleyball, 96.65 average, number 74 in her class. Not here. Real still. Madeline Campos from Monterey High School, academic all-state second team in volleyball, 97.095, number 53 in her class. Miriam Cavazos, academic all-state honorable mention in cross-country, 3.9814 average, number 93 in her class. Next is Bella Champion, academic all-state second team in volleyball, 102.1 average, number 18 in her class at Monterey High School. Next is Trip Gray, academic all-state second team in cross-country, 4.15 average, class rank 67. Next is Nehemiah Rosilio, academic all-state second team, volleyball, manager,
Again, well done.
102 average, number 18 in the class. Next is Bailey Springer, academic all-state second team in cross-country, GPA 4.8421, class rank number 11 in her class. Robert Stevens, academic all-state second team, cross-country, in cross-country, 4.7708, number 21 in his class. Jacob Sima, academic all-state honorable mention, cross-country, 4.0196, 80, class rank number 89. Our head volleyball coach at Monterey High School is Kelly Lozada. She's not in attendance today. She's attending the National Volleyball Conference in Florida, representing the Texas High School Coaches Association on the Volleyball Advisory Committee. But here today, Tyler Humphreys, assistant coach Tyler Humphreys is representing the coaching staff. All right. Picture time. How do y'all want to do this? By school?
Probably, okay.
Best words one can.
Coronado first.
Coronado first. Or not of coaches too.
And principals.
Principals, coaches.
He was already coming.
Never turned out.
Yeah. I saw you moving. Good job, lady.
Thank you. Hey, thank you so much for what you do for our kids.
Mr. Cotto.
Lubbock High.
Good morning. Congratulations.
Lubbock High.
How are you doing? It's good to see you.
I'll get some in a minute.
Monterey High School.
I don't have my.
Good to see you.
Do we need this? Do we need more paper? Ellen, yeah, okay, just stay right here.
How about one of you girls come to all the girls?
I'll scoot over.
Okay, 1, 2, 3.
All right, in our last but not least, the third peg of our state recognition. TGCA, Texas Girls Coaches Association, recognizes the following students for an all-state recognition. From Lubbock High School, Reese Pena. From Monterey High School, Bailey Springer, all-state. Also from Monterey High School, Miriam Cavazos.
I thought you had it figured out, but then it looked like you got crossed up right there at the end.
We're gonna get a group. Like,
Congratulations, Miriam.
Thank you.
And the coaches back with these kids, please. Yeah, coaches and principals, go ahead and come on.
You had some step meters. Sparks. Sparks.
there he is. This time, we want to do the recognition of our National Spanish Spelling Bee qualifiers. I'd like to invite Margaret Del Toro, our bilingual ESL coordinator, to the podium. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Stubblefield Board, Dr. Rolo.
Hey, yeah, good.
We're going to give just a moment for those parents to exit and that other parents might come in. Go right ahead, Martin.
Good morning, Mr. Stubblefield Board, Dr. Rollo, thank you for having me this morning. Today, we are honored to recognize our Spanish Spelling Bee winners. Know that several parents and guardians in the audience, primary language is Spanish, so therefore I will be providing recognition to our students in a dual language format. We are extremely proud of the students' hard work and want to also thank their coaches as they are recognized. Yesnaili Martínez es una estudiante de sexto grado en la escuela secundaria Atkins. Ella obtuvo el segundo lugar en la 13ª competencia anual PI de ortografía en español, la cual tuvo lugar el 4 de noviembre de este año. Yesnaili es entrenada por la señora Cristina Halford. Ella continuará compitiendo en la competencia nacional de ortografía en español el mes de junio en El Paso. Ella siempre ha sido apoyada por sus padres, señor y señora Margarito Martínez. Yesnaili Martinez is a 6th grade student at Atkins Middle School. She placed second at the 13th annual Sigma Delta Pi Spanish Spelling Bee, which occurred on November the 4th. Yesnaili is coached by Mrs. Christina Halford, and she qualifies to compete at the National Spanish Spelling Bee in June in El Paso. Yesnaili is supported by her parents, Mr. and Mrs. Margarito Martinez. Deontay Kendrell Johnson Jr. is a 3rd grade student at Ramirez Elementary. He placed 3rd at the 13th annual Sigma Delta Pi Spanish Spelling Bee, which occurred on November the 4th. Deontay is coached by Mrs. Catalina Gayona, and he qualifies to compete at the National Spanish Spelling Bee in June in El Paso. Deontay is supported by his parents, Mrs. Christina Banda and Mr. Deontay Johnson Sr. Yarel Arredondo es una estudiante del 8º grado en la escuela secundaria Atkins. Ella obtuvo el 4 lugar en la 13ª competencia anual PI de ortografía en español, la cual tuvo lugar el 4 de noviembre de este año. Yarel es entrenada por la señora Cristina Halford. Ella continuará compitiendo en la competencia el mes de junio en El Paso. Ella siempre ha tenido el apoyo de sus padres, el señor y señora Arnulfo Arredondo. Yarel Arredondo is an 8th grade student at Atkins Middle School. She placed 4th at the Spanish Spelling Bee. Yarel is coached by Mrs. Christina Halford and qualifies to compete at the National Spanish Spelling Bee in El Paso in June. She is supported by her parents, Mr. and Mrs. Arnulfo Arredondo. I can have coaches and principals, please.
Stand right in there, okay? Step right on in. Yes, sir. You're on the inside. Stay on this side. Right. You sure? Yeah. On this side. Get these kids in the middle. Y'all step up and you step behind them. Step behind the students.
Yes, sir.
Congratulations again. At this time, I'd like to invite Andrew Babcock, the Executive Director of Fine Arts, to the podium for the recognition of our Lubbock High School Westerner Band. We got any parents out there that need to come in?
I believe they should all be here if they're here.
All right. What's yours, sir?
Thank you, President Stubblefield. Good morning, board members, Dr. Rollo. Yes, we get to celebrate an amazing feat. The Westerner Band earned the trip to the state UIL Marching Band Championship in November after placing first at the UIL Area A East Marching Band Contest held here at Plains Capitol Park in October. Lubbock High is the only Lubbock ISD marching band in district history to compete at the state championship, And this is actually their second trip for qualifying for this after their first shot in 2017. So just want, before I recognize these individuals, just want to shout out, because, you know, with the band as large as it is, it's hard to get them all here in order to be able to be recognized as individuals. But this is one of the hardest working group of students that we have in the entire district. These kids are getting up at 6 o'clock in the morning, having rehearsals before school, after school. They're doing it before games. They are staying through football games. They're staying after football games. They're there working their tails off, and they are all top-notch kiddos. And it takes a lot of effort and time to be able to be dedicated to this, but then alongside of those social interactions, they compete on their own. And so really proud of what our marching bands do, really proud of what Lubbock High has done. And we wanted to have all 175 members here. I talked to Rob Nance, and he said that they didn't have enough in the budget to be able to replace the ceiling tiles, because we would have blown the roof off with a demonstration. But just really proud of all those students, and even though they can't be here today, this is certainly representing all of the rest of the ensemble that can't be. So with us today, though, we have our drum majors, and so we'll let them take the honors for the group. We have Taylor Reber, Samuel Salinas, and Toby Tyner. And of course, we cannot do any of this without the hard work and dedication of our band directors. That it's kind of hard to see where they are at today. But Mr. Dallas Bayless, Joseph Galvin, and Stephen Rodriguez, thank you guys for what you're doing. And although these are the faces that you see every day, we have some amazing parents and boosters that make this happen. Ross Tyner is president of the band boosters, and as are many parents working hard to make these kiddos successful at what they do. So parents, thank you for what you do and the support that you give to the band program as well.
Good job, man.
Congratulations. There it is. Congratulations. 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 Congratulations.
Man, those Blazers. Blazers.
Zach wants one.
Yeah. I think we all need one.
Why not?
Yeah, why not?
And now for the recognition of our ACTE, National Trade and Industrial Teacher of the Year, I'd like to invite Mrs. Ann Archer, principal of the Byron Martin Advanced Technology Center, to the podium. Good morning, Ann.
Good morning. Each year, the Association for Career and Technical Education gathers for a national conference. This year, it happened to be in Phoenix, Arizona. And this award is presented to one of the teachers of that organization who has gone above and beyond, not only in the classroom, but also in our community as well. I am so very proud to let you all know that this year's recipient of ACTE's Trade and Industrial Division's Teacher of the Year is not only a Lubbock ISD teacher, but also at our ATC. Please join me in congratulating Mr. Brandon Grace.
Come on in, Ann.
Hey, congratulations. Thank you for what you do.
For the recognition of our National Speech and Debate Association Diamond Award winner, I'd like to invite Kim Callison, the Assistant Superintendent for Curriculum and Instruction, to the podium. Good morning, Kim.
Good morning. It is my privilege and honor this morning to recognize Dr. Tim Doty, teacher at Lubbock High School, as the recipient of the prestigious Diamond Coach Award presented by the National Speech and Debate Association. He works tireless hours with students, teaching them, training them, and ensuring that they have multiple opportunities to practice the craft of debate and public speaking. He will receive this award. It's based on longevity and excellence in the area of speech and debate education, and it is awarded every year in the at the National Speech and Debate Association Assembly in Des Moines, Iowa, and he'll be receiving that this June. The winners are typically those that have at least 5 years of education, as well teaching, as well as 15,000 points through the National Honorary Participation Award, our system. And he is going to be, as I said, receiving this award in June. And so I just want to take this time, and I'm very excited to recognize Dr. Tim Doty.
Congratulations. We're going to take a picture. All right. Shake a couple of hands and you're going to come right back, okay?
Congratulations. Thank you, sir. I want you for a photo.
And for recognition of our 2023 National Blue Ribbon School, I'd like to invite Miss Misty Reber, Chief Academic Officer, to the podium.
I'm going to ask Julie to come up here and join me, please. So it is my incredible honor and privilege to introduce Talkington School for Young Women Leaders, who is recently named the 2023 National Blue Ribbon School for the second time that they have received this honor from the U.S. Department of Education. There are only 29 schools in the entire state of Texas and 353 nationally who have earned this recognition. It's based on a school's academic performance or progress of closing the achievement gap. Talkington is the highest performing magnet school that receives Title I funds in the state. They earned a 99 or an A on their Texas Accountability Rating in 2022. They were also named a Blue Ribbon School in 2016. This honor serves as a model of effective and innovative school practices for state and district educators throughout the nation. They will have a National Blue Ribbon School that will be hung in their building and their entryway to honor and exemplify what they have done in teaching and learning. And I also want to give a shout out. I know that we have a room full of purple in the room. So all of our Talkington teachers, principals, administrators, if you will stand up and let us applaud you.
You want to shake some hands? And then what I want to do with this one, I want all the trustees to get in this photo, if y'all don't mind. All trustees, yeah.
I think that's a great idea.
Yeah, I will. Congratulations.
Oh, goodness.
The next item on the agenda is trustee comments, and I want to start the trustee comments right off with a special announcement. As many of you know, Principal Julie Wyatt announced her retirement last spring after years of dedicated service to our district. We're grateful for her commitment to our students, to their success, and the positive impact she's had on Talkington School for Young Women Leaders. We also appreciate her willingness to continue serving as the principal this fall, as we have searched for a highly qualified and experienced replacement for Talkington. The Lubbock ISD administration has been diligently working to ensure a smooth transition of leadership, and after careful consideration, we are pleased to announce that we have appointed as interim principal who will serve in this role until a permanent replacement is selected, effective immediately. Current assistant principal, Dr. Tiffany Longoria, will assume the role of interim principal, and we are confident that Dr. Longoria will provide the leadership, guidance, and stability that Talkington needs during this transition period. Please join us in congratulating Dr. Longoria on her role. Dr. Longoria.
I just want to express my immense gratitude to be given an opportunity to work with such an innovative and culturally responsive district as we just saw this morning, to work alongside such dedicated and talented teachers and staff at Talkington is a great honor and privilege. So I just want to say thank you for giving me the opportunity to serve in a greater capacity. It's a little bit of a family business as my daughter is in her 6th year teaching at Estacado High School. We very much believe in the leadership of Dr. Rollo. So again, thank you, Board of Trustees and colleagues, for giving me the opportunity to serve. It's a great honor. Thank you.
I want to take one more moment in trustee comments for another special recognition. All of these, particularly the last two, are been somewhat emotional, but and difficult, knowing the investment that all of these hearts have made into the success of this district. I want to recognize a friend, a brother, a guy who's led this board for the last 5 years. I want to take a moment to thank Mr. Zach Brady for his leadership, for what he's done for Lubbock ISD. Many of you know in 2018, there was a bond that we passed with an emphasis on security, safety and security, simply because we've witnessed so many tragedies across this great nation. And we felt that it was necessary for us to do things to make sure that teachers, students, and families felt safe within those facilities. But not only that, we knew that we needed to bring in more specific and intentional area-focused programming, such as our Agri-STEM complex. If you know Zach Brady, I said this to a group of folks. I said Zach is tenacious, Zach is headstrong, but his heart is always for the right thing. And if Zach Brady is coming, he's bringing an army behind him. You may not see it, but he's going to get the job done. He was the right guy for the last 5 years to lead this district, to lead us into the area where we are today. So many of the successes often start with conversations with this family that's on this dais. We might not all agree on the same things, but we, in the end of the day, when it's every child, every day, we do not only what's right, I believe we do what's right for children. And I thank God for the leadership of President Zach Brady. Would you join me? First, I'm going to give Dr. Rollo an opportunity to have her comments as well.
Zach, I just want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart. I cannot imagine going through my first almost 6 years now as superintendent without you by my side. So thank you.
Thank you. Trustees, if y'all like to say anything.
Zach, thank you for all that you did. All of the storms that we had to weather, and thank you for your leadership and for forging the path ahead for us. You've left us better than I think probably you found us, so thank you.
I think you know how I feel.
And I think it's great we left it at that.
And you definitely know how I feel.
I would just say thanks for answering the phone, man. You've been a wonderful source of support and information, and couldn't have done what I've done in the short period of time I've been here without your knowledge and support. So thank you.
All right, we're going to take a group picture and give this guy an award. And if y'all know Zach, he didn't want any of this, so we didn't tell him. I'm determined to kick that. Thank you, babe.
He didn't know either.
The floor is still open for trustee comments. Trustees.
I'll just take a moment to congratulate all the kids and coaches and teachers and parents. I love, once again, I think these recognitions shine a light on how much we have to offer as a district to a vast array of children throughout our district. And then as the Christmas season is upon us, just ask everyone to thank a teacher, educator in their life, whether it's somebody that's currently teaching or that was a past teacher. I think it's become a profession that's not respected as much as it should be. And so I would ask that you take this time to show your gratitude.
Awesome. Congratulations to the speech teacher. What was his first name? By the way, Dr.
Tim Doty.
Tim. Phenomenal job. I actually saw it in the news, and I reached out to Kathy, and nobody knew about it. And I thought, oh, maybe I'm thinking about the wrong person. Well, it turned out it was him, so kudos to him and Doug Young and his staff, and to all of the students that were recognized here today. They just do a phenomenal job all the time, and Lubbock High just exceeds my expectations time and time again, along with all the other high schools. And certainly to the young man from Ramirez, phenomenal, can speak Spanish, right, left, backwards, translate from English to Spanish. Great job to him and his family, and especially to the teachers and Mrs. Del Toro. Congratulations to all the parents and staff. God bless you guys.
The only thing I would add to both of those is, Julie, thank you. What you've been asked to do has gone above and beyond expectations. So thank you for everything.
You sure you don't want to stay? Yeah, no, she didn't.
At least some of the prior proceedings were not on the agenda and therefore not in order. Thank each of you for the comments. Bill, I am so fortunate to have had the opportunity to partner with you, with Dr. Rollo, and with all the rest of the board. And I would say that I can think of things with all the people on this dais and those that have served with us as well, that things that we agreed on and things that we disagreed on. And to a person during my time on the board, I feel like one of the great things about this board is that disagreements can be brought up and talked about, and then when we get up from the business table, we go back to being at the friends table, which is the way it ought to be. And I really do appreciate the comments. I really do. Completely unnecessary. This plaque will be displayed proudly. I'm proud of my association with this group. I was hoping for one of those Lubbock High band sport coats, but you know, I can probably find one of those. As to all the recognitions this morning, So much has already been said. Proud of our great teachers and our great students, but we cannot recognize Ms. Wyatt and the rest of the faculty at Talkington enough.
Amen.
And Julie, I just can't, I want to say publicly, just above and beyond the call, my friend. Above and beyond the call. Thank you very much.
It's been a great day of recognitions and a great start to what we'll have in a few days, our Christmas break. I say a few days, next week. I don't want anybody to think it's like tomorrow. Next week. But this is, what a great way to start our holiday season, the festive season, the season of giving. And so much has been given by each and every one of these schools. One thing particularly is when we recognize our athletes, oftentimes we think of their physical prowess and their accomplishments, but we recognize some stellar scholars this morning. If you were listening to those GPAs, it's not just about getting out there and running fast and jumping high, but it's performance in the classroom, academic focus, and it's such a treat when you have that many athletes that are really doing it to be recognized on an academic level like they were. And then just to recognize our CTE program and the great work that's happening out at Byron Martin. You can't say enough about that group. I don't want to talk about Talkington or Julie. It's a very emotional thing. We shed a lot of tears and had a lot of prayers with a lot of family, a lot of teachers, and a lot of students, a lot of those young ladies. If you ever keep up with any of the students, I hope that you do. We've got women warriors that are changing this world. I mean, they are all over the place and just doing amazing things. So again, hats off to you, Julie. Thank you for everything. Thank you so much. This time we're going to move into item 4 on the agenda, citizens' comments. The next order of business is citizen comments. Before we begin, I would like to review the provisions in board policy governing the procedures for public participation as reflected in BED Local. The audience shall not enter into discussion or debate on the matters being considered by the board. I will remind members of the board that the citizens' comment section of our board meeting is for the purpose of listening to patrons. But we are not allowed to comment or debate on issues that are not posted. No presentation shall exceed 3 minutes, and a timer will go off in the completion of 3 minutes. I would ask that you conclude your comments within the time allotted. As I call your name, if you would come up to the podium and state your name and the district or area of concern in which you would like to address the board. This time, I'd like to invite Ms. Naya Dukowski to the podium.
Me first to rain on the parade. My name's Naya Dukowski. I live in District 3. First of all, I just want to say good morning. Thank you all for taking into consideration the safety of all citizens and making that change to your policy. I really appreciate it. So first, I want to remind the board and the public of 2 of the ethical standards that each member of the board commits to. And this is in your ethics policy online. The first one is in the equity and attitude section. It says, I will be fair, just, and impartial in all my decisions and actions. The second one is in the trustworthiness and stewardship section, which says, I will make no personal promise or take private action that may compromise my performance or my responsibilities, and I'm assuming that means responsibilities on this board. With that being said, I'd like to point out that Ms. Chavez is the education committee chair for the NAACP, an organization that has been and is currently seeking legal action against this district. I implore you, Ms. Chavez, and this board to maintain those ethical standards of fairness, justice, and impartiality by excusing Ms. Chavez, or Ms. Chavez excusing yourself, from any deliberations and decisions regarding legal matters involving the NAACP in this district. And speaking of legal matters in the NAACP, I wanted to let you know that immediately following my first comment to you guys in May regarding the removal of social emotional learning, I was contacted by someone from the NAACP Legal Redress Committee. And I mentioned that to hopefully make you aware of the fact that this SEL issue is rife with potential legal battles, like effectively asking teachers to act as therapists, probing into students' beliefs, attitudes, and values. Not only that, it has negative outcomes. A recent New York Times article on this issue titled, "This is Not the Way to Help Depressed Teenagers" by clinical psychologist Dr. Darby Sachs cited 3 studies involving tens of thousands of teens, which found students had worse mental health outcomes from being steeped in the system of therapeutic education known as SEL. Dr. Sachs says this, quote, "By focusing teenagers' attention on mental health issues, these interventions may have unwittingly exacerbated their problems." So let me be clear. My goal here, and what I'm asking you all to do, is to remove this toxic therapeutic educational practice. It's not the label of SEL that we're concerned with. It's the practices that flow from it. It's harmful, unnecessary, and controversial. It needs to be removed and prohibited from ever being implemented again. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Dukowski. At this time, we will move into item 5, financials. Do we have any members of the public who would like to address the board regarding any of the financial items posted? Continuing on, item A, approval of budget summary report for the month ending October 31st, 2023. Budget amendments and budget transfers for the month of October 2023. Statement of taxes collected for the month ending in the same period, and the investment report for the period of October 1st through October 31st, 2023. Shay?
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
I would like to start off this morning with some very good news. For the first time in 4 years, our ADA actually exceeds what we budgeted. It exceeds right now by 550 ADA, which is approximately $3.4 million. So,
Somebody catch Curry's chairs. If they ever buy.
believe me, I was a little bit in shock myself. We of course will continue to monitor that because we know that between the start of school and the end of school, it continues to decline, but it's definitely a move in the right direction. So, and back to the financials for October, just some very minor amendments, like $270,000 for district-wide switches, and then there was a $513,000 amendment for some health claim projects. Our tax collections for the month were at 1.26%, which is normal for this time of year, and our investment average rate of return was 6.3%. So I'll be happy to answer any other questions.
Any questions?
No, but I would just make one comment. Say to both you and Tim and to Donna, I don't know if people realize, and maybe they don't look at maybe the public in general doesn't look at the agenda or the information, but the return that we are getting on our deposits is a huge help to the district. And so thank you to Plains Capital, to you, to your team, to Tim, to Donna, and anyone else associated with that. I don't think people realize the dollars that those are producing for the district.
That being said, do I have a motion to approve the October financials as presented?
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Thank you, Zach. Thank you, Ryan. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same. Motion passes 6-0. Item number 6, consent agenda. Consider board approval of minutes for the regular meeting and workshop held November 9th, 2023. Do we have any corrections to the minutes from the November meeting of the board as presented and distributed? Seeing none, the minutes are approved as printed. Item 8, academic action items. Do we have any members of the public who would like to address the board regarding the academic action items that are posted? Good morning. If you would you please state your name and the area the item that you are addressing?
Yes, my name is Sid Sexton. I'm the chair of the Lubbock Partnership Lubbock Partnership Management Committee, excuse me, and just addressing the LPN this morning. On behalf of the Lubbock Partnership Network Management Committee, I want to acknowledge the fulfillment of the LPN to its original design and purpose. First and foremost, Dunbar College Preparatory Academy exiting school improvement sanctions. That was a tough road. The success of a C rating in 2022 created space for the campus to define its own next steps to continue moving in the right direction. Additionally, 2023 brought the largest class of Estacado early high school or college high school students from Dunbar, strengthening that feeder pattern. And we really want those kiddos to stay moving from Dunbar to Estacado and experience the wonderful things there. Increases in after-school programming and participation have been experienced, along with teacher and leader growth mindset that has engaged students with high-quality instructional materials, including the pilot of high-quality instructional materials, or HQIM, that serve as a model for other schools in the district and even other districts in the region. They've come and visited to see how things are working at Irvin and other campuses. Parental involvement has experienced an uptick with increased PTA engagement as well. The Management Committee, I get to speak for them today, and Cicely, we have worked together, and we're grateful for the opportunity to serve the school community, as well as the recent connection with LISD, or the ongoing connection with the LISD School Board in a strategic way. Thank you so much for the opportunity to serve in the LPN.
Thank you, Ms. Sexton, for your comments. Proceeding on. Item A, approval of proposed revision of board policy AE local educational philosophy for CCMR goal, college career military readiness goal. This time I'll turn it over to you, Dr. Rilla.
Yes, so in 2018, we set a goal around college career military readiness. It's our goal number 6 in our AE local. And at that time, we wanted to increase from a 74% of our students qualifying as CCMR ready to 80%. Since that time, 2 things have happened. One, the Commissioner of Education has set a higher goal to be an A-rated district based on CCMR. So now you have to be an 88%. And so our original goal was not set high enough. And then we have also surpassed what we had set as a goal already. And so we're just asking you to consider making adjustments to that. So our new adjustments would be in 2024, we want to be an 83, 2025, an 85, and then by 2026, an 88, which would allow us to be an A-rated in that category as a district.
Trustees, any comments or questions?
No.
All right. Seeing none, do I have a motion to approve?
Second.
Thank you, Lala. Thank you, Beth. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same. Motion passes 6-0. All righty. Item B, approval of proposed revision of board policy FDB local admissions, intra-district transfers, and classroom assignments. Dr. Rollo.
Yes, this is something that we've had many discussions about over the last many years. And I want to start by thanking Mike Meeks for really listening to the community whenever he is listening to parents and students and coaches. He has really brought some a request for this change. And so I want to thank him for his work on this, and also Jolie. I think she actually is the one who put the pen to paper and adjusted the actual policy. So Lubbock ISD's athletic transfer policy has always been more stringent than UIL's. UIL says that when you are eligible for varsity sports, at your first opportunity, if you want to move to another school, you have to wait out 365 days. But our policy says that you are never eligible at another school for varsity sports. So this request would allow students to go back to their home attendance zone campus. They'll still have to wait out the 365 days because that's UIL's rule. We can't change that. but they would be eligible for varsity sports at their home attendance zone campus. So let me just give an example. Let's say a student transfers they live in the Estacado feeder pattern, but they transfer to Monterey, and they're eligible at Monterey for Project Lead the Way. But then they decide that is really not what they want to do. They want to go back to their home school for whatever reason. They would be eligible at Estacado because that is their attendance zone, but they would have to wait that 365 days. So this really helps kids. If they need to go back to their home campus for whatever reason, then they would be eligible after waiting that 1 year period.
Okay.
And Mike, is Mike here? I'm sure he would be more than happy to answer any questions that you may
Coach,
have.
why don't you tell us what actually first opportunity means? That's a little.
Yes, first opportunity is when we talk about first opportunity, it's the step from 8th grade to 9th grade. First opportunity to get into high school, making that choice, and we have had much discussion over our transfer policy over the years, and there's been some heartburn with that because of the back end of our policy, and with the amendment that we're asking, with the language in our policy, we're asking that in summary, the front end of our policy is going to stay the same because of board policy and continuous enrollment and declaring in middle school, you're tied to a feeder pattern. This all results back to, our philosophy of vertical alignment, feeder patterns, and that kind of thing. But on the front end of our policy, it's going to stay the same. You're either going to continuously enroll, or because what I'm proud of in our school district, we do allow choice in our district. Our kids have so much to choose from with academic programming that at first opportunity, if I want to get out of my feeder pattern, I have to do it by a specialty program. When we say that, we're taking our athletic eligibility with us to that to the school that's out of my feeder pattern. So none of that's going to change. The front end will not change. It's the back end where we will now be more consistent with the UIL, where we have said that you cannot go home, and we've denied kids that have, and there's so many different reasons, and that's what we've run into over the years. Our kids move around, and we get that. We want them to stay in one school. We believe that academics is best when you stay in one school instead of bouncing around. But we've not allowed them to go home. And we've said never eligible for varsity competition. And that's the hard part. And working with Tim Andrews and the appeal process in our office, and even with Brian Ellison, in some instances, it's been very difficult to have those conversations and look a kid across the table and tell them that they're not eligible where they're going to school and will never be eligible. So with that said, in the culture we live in now and what we see across our country with transfer portal and NIL, there's so much change that's going on. We want to amend this. We'd like to recommend that this is amended to allow kids to go home and participate but consistent with UIL, that it will be a 365-day penalty. No matter what it ends up being, no matter what the reason, whatever the reason is, transportation. You can just go down the list of everything we get with our previous athletic participation forms. We think it'll be good for kids, and we have kids right now, and with your approval, we have kids that are benched right now that are not playing in our district, that are not playing because of this rule. And if we make that change, we'd like to make it effective immediately. And I'll tell you this, because I think you need to know, if you approve this today, we have a kid that's on a bus right now that will get to play, and he's not going to be a manager anymore. Nice. It'll be effective immediately, is what we would like.
Trustees, any comments,
I
questions?
have just a question. So is the UIL 365-day waiting period, does that varsity only? Does that apply to JV?
Yes, and even in our policy, it's not that they can't play athletics; they can't play at the varsity level.
So they could go in and do JV and then wait for that 365 to come and go.
When you're out for 365, you can still participate at the sub-varsity level.
Not the varsity.
That's correct. That's correct.
Thank you.
Just to clarify, Mike, the home attendance zone is where they currently reside and not necessarily where they attended elementary.
That's correct. correct? It's gonna be dependent on, and that's what the UIL is all built about. It's about the parent residence. It's why they have the parent resident waiver. You know, we're declaring where does the parent live? That's the indicator. So it is true that you could be in a feeder pattern, in one feeder pattern, and exit that feeder pattern and go to a different high school, but your parents move into another attendance area, and then you don't want to attend that high school anymore. Then when we say go back home, you were going back to where your parents live, not the feeder pattern that you came from. And that needs to be, you know, I'm glad you asked that question. That needs to be clear from the very beginning.
I would just commend you guys, you and Jolie and whoever else worked on this. I have not understood some of the UIL decisions within our district, quite frankly. And so any chance a kid gets to participate, I think is good for their education. So all in favor.
Any other comments?
Move approval.
With that being said, Coach, I want to thank you to summarize or to piggyback on what Curry said, and thank Lala and Beth for the committee vetting this and knowing, because we want to eliminate the statement that's been out there. We talked about it. I don't like the term death. Yeah, I know you did. I'll say it. But the statement of the death penalty to our students, we don't like that. And then the whole precept that perception that we're forcing kids to choose at 5th grade. You know, that conversation was rich. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same. Motion passes 6-0. Approval of amendments to the District of Innovation Plan. Dr. Rello.
Yes, so in the last legislative session, a bill was passed that requires that counselors spend 80% of their time counseling students and only 20% of their time doing other administrative types of tasks. The intent of the law is very, very good, and we are very supportive of that. But what came along with that in the rules was that counselors had to, within 15-minute increments of their time, they had to document what they were doing every 15 minutes of their time. So we're giving them a lot of administrative work to do to show that they are truly following that 80-20 rule. And so what many districts around the state are doing is adopting in their DOI plan the provision that allows our counselors to not spend all of that time doing paperwork. Now, this has been back and forth in DEIC a couple of times, and we've also talked with our counselors. Our counselors really don't want to document what they're doing every 15 minutes either, but they do feel like it's important to show that they are just spending 20% of their time doing administrative tasks. So we are asking you to approve an adjustment to our DOI plan that will just require our counselors to document that 20% of their time that they're spending on administrative tasks and what they're doing. Misty, do you want to add? Because Misty's the one who's been very engaged with
That's
this.
great. We've gotten lots of feedback from both DEIC and then from our counselor advisory groups as well.
The only question I would ask, counselors dealing with STAR test, do y'all consider that to be administrative or counseling?
They actually, so there's a whole document that identifies what is in each component. STAR tests are in the 20%, but SST 504 ARD support are in the 80% because that's supporting actual students. So there's a delineation that came that has a list of what goes in each one.
Further comments? I have a motion to approve amending the DOI plan.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you, Ryan. Thank you, Beth. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same. Motion passes 6-0. Next, item D, approval to not extend the in-district charter agreements with Lubbock Partnership Network to operate and manage Alderson Elementary, Irvin Elementary, Hodges Elementary, and Dunbar College Preparatory Academy beyond the 2023-2024 school year. Dr. Rello.
Yes, so as you guys are very, very well aware, in 2018, we found out that Dunbar was going to have to either be closed or turned over to a board of managers because they had been in a decade's worth of state sanctions. And we spent a great deal of time over that next year working with the legislators, working with the Commissioner of Education, trying to fight to find a way to keep the doors of Dunbar open. And so we had legislation that was passed at the final hour that allowed the commissioner to choose one school in the state of Texas that would not be closed under those sanctions if we agreed to do certain things. And one of those things was an in-district charter network. And that ultimately became the Lubbock Partnership Network. We were the one school district that the commissioner chose. So that was established to be a 3-year partnership in district network. It was never intended to be a long-term network. It was just to make sure that we could get some additional resources and reallocation of resources to ensure that we could get Dunbar out of that difficult spot. And as a board, you guys decided to extend that contract by 2 additional years because of the pandemic. We felt like that was the fair thing to do during that time. We are so thrilled that Dunbar achieved a C rating, although we know it's not where we want them to be ultimately. The network served its purpose. And so the district is recommending that we not extend that beyond this school year. The contract will still go through this year, but we are not planning to extend that with your approval. The reason why we're bringing this to you now is because our agreement with them, our contract states that we will notify the network by January if we do not plan to extend that. So we're asking for your approval of this. Nothing is really going to look different for the students and staff at any of the schools in this network. They will still have a great deal of support. We have written grants and have plans to help support Dunbar moving forward so that we can continue the progress that has been made there. We are so incredibly grateful for that management committee that has served over the last 5 years. They have done a remarkable job, and we want to continue to include them in some sort of advisory way moving forward as much as they want to be involved. And I want to thank them personally. Sid led that committee for the last few years, and so I want to thank you, Sid, for leading that work. And I also want to thank Cecily Alexander. She has served as the executive principal over that Lubbock Partnership Network. She has always been a part of our Lubbock ISD family and will continue to be part of our Lubbock ISD family as we move forward. Happy to answer any questions that you may have. And Bill, I know you may want to add more information.
Absolutely, absolutely. I'll see if there are any questions first. Anyone, comments, questions?
I think it's a great decision.
Thank you, Lola.
I would just have comments. One to Mrs. Alexander, Dr. Alexander, Mrs. Anderson, Miss Coleman,
Dr. Coleman,
Miss Cotton, and Miss Jimenez. I want to thank you guys. All of our educators are invaluable, but given the challenge that we faced at Dunbar specifically, there's not many folks that could have done what was done. And so from my person to you, and I'll take the liberties to say, Cicely, thank you extremely. And I would just say to the public or to those that are in the LPN or to the management committee, my support of not renewing is not a people decision, but a structure decision. I don't believe that we, as a board, quite frankly, as an administration, set up the partnership to have full autonomy, and I think it shows why independent charters, are the way that things have gone as opposed to district-led charters. And so, again, I just want to, on the record, my decision is based on the structure, and to Sid and to Ty and to the management committee. Mrs. Randall was here. I don't know if I see her. To Kevin, to Reggie, all those other members that have been part of the committee, thank you, and job well done.
Just can't let up. We got to keep going strong.
We don't think in this school business much about working ourselves out of a job. That's something that we think about in the private sector if you do your job well. And I don't want that to be the feel here, because the folks in this project, so many of whom are or have become personal friends of mine, have done an extraordinary job in very, very difficult circumstances. And I appreciate their efforts. Even though Dr. Rollo's recitation of how we started this project was accurate, if anything, it was understated.
Yeah.
And I want to second, without listing again, but I want to second all of the recognitions and thank yous that Mr. Curry listed. I can't think about the success of this network without also thinking about the efforts of Gabe Gillespie. And I think it's not so much an ending as it is simply turning the page to another chapter. We still have work to do there. We still have work to do all over our district. And so today is a recognition of progress, but it's certainly not the completion of effort. And somehow it still feels a little bittersweet, but I think it's the right thing to do.
I agree. I mean, I'm so grateful for what our administration has done. Cicely, thank you for all of your passion, your blood, sweat, and tears, because I know that they've been there. But I'm excited about this turn of opening this new chapter, and it's going to require hard work and dedication. And I challenge our cabinet and our leadership in Lubbock ISD to keep the focus where it needs to be and to provide the resources that those campuses need.
So this has been a long and arduous process. I don't think that we really recognize the trauma that's been experienced by the East Lubbock community, and not just the Dunbar Panther family. I was meeting with our student advisory committee, and I asked several of those students, all of the students, how many of them knew that Dunbar used to be a high school, and none of them knew that. None of them knew that. And that tradition is rich. Many of us know this. Tradition never graduates. It never graduates. It's embedded within the culture and within the systems that govern that culture. When we got on this board, particularly myself as the District 2 representative, that we were handed this situation. We inherited it, and immediately, I cannot underscore the passion for Brother Zach. We shot down to myself and Kathy and Zach. We went and we got in the commissioner's face. And because his
I prefer to think of it as a robust conversation about complicated policy issues, where we perhaps had to illustrate some inconsistencies in approach.
Well said. Well said.
That's the sweetest way you've ever said that.
Yeah. And we need to understand that from that higher purview, his desire was to close the school, to shut the school down. But he doesn't know the families. He doesn't know the history. He doesn't know the tradition that was there. And that's what we shared with him, and that was particularly my stance with him was we will not close this school, sir. And we have robust and colorful stuff. But it has always been a point of devastation to the families and the generations that have grown up in East Lubbock, and many people that are not inundated to the culture don't understand it. But this plan did exactly what it was purposed to do. It did it. When we came up with the plan, and what I love is that we didn't create this plan alone. we co-created this plan with Community Voice. We had several community meetings in the J. Gordon Room at George Woods Community Center, at Estacado. We had those meetings at Dunbar. We had those meetings, and so the community helped this to be successful. We had 3 years to get Dunbar from an F-rated campus to a C. It was never meant to be permanent. It was only supposed to last for that time. Nobody saw COVID coming. We didn't see that. And then, to the grace of God, we got extensions that we needed in order to do that work. But the work couldn't have been done without Dr. Alexander at the helm. It could not have been done without the other principals at those campuses that we have had, and the committee's work, without setting those goals with all of us, with Dr. Howard, with Lone Star Governance. But it was an assignment that was meant to be completed, and it has been completed because Dunbar has come out from under 10 years of sanctions. Because when it was turned into a middle school, it never was the same way again academically. I mean, we've had within the last decade plus years over 10 different principals at Dunbar Middle School that have not been able to get the job done. Natalie, with the help of Lori Alexander, passing the torch to Gabe Gillespie, and then to now Natalie. The job has been done, and it has been done well. It has been done well. And I think we have a guarantee from the administration that programs and supports are going to remain intact and going to be even infused a little bit better with some new things that are on the horizon. So I personally want to thank all of the community members that got behind this. I want to thank each and every one, just like Curry said. We couldn't have did it without y'all. Sid, thank you. Thank each and every committee member. But again, thank God for Dr. Cicely Alexander. I'll say this. The commissioner tried to steal her the first day we hired her. He was trying to come and get her the first day we hired her. And she said no, and she stayed here and completed the task. So I say, well done, my good and faithful servant. With that, do we have a motion?
Can I say one more thing real quick,
sure,
Bill?
man.
I'm sorry. I meant to say
Trustee
this.
Curry.
I've taken opportunity to get frustrated with our state representatives from time to time. And so I would say without their support, this would have never been possible. So while I'm extremely frustrated with them right now and their lack of support for public ed, they are a large reason, along with Zach and Bill and Kathy and the rest of this board, as to why Dunbar is still around. So.
Well, and I know you meant representatives broadly, but I'm just going to say it. This doesn't happen without Charles Perry.
Yeah, it doesn't.
Senator Perry was absolutely instrumental in the legislative enabling language that Dr. Rollo talked about. Senator Perry came out to those schools on multiple occasions. He made sure Commissioner Morath came to those schools. And so I welcome that comment, and I think we absolutely need to highlight Senator Perry's involvement.
I just want to mention really quick the simple fact, it's not quite simple actually, the fact that Mike Morath had one school to pick from, and he chose Dunbar. So he
That's
was
right,
instrumental in this too.
Yeah. And then on that other side with,
'Cause there was other schools in the same predicament, excuse me, I didn't mean to.
no, you're fine.
But there was other schools in the same predicament, and he ended up choosing Dunbar. So I'm grateful for that.
Yeah. Man, that is a powerful point. We could have easily been in a Houston ISD situation, if anyone is aware of that, because they were all at that same time. It was San Antonio ISD, Lubbock ISD, and Houston ISD. And as Lala pointed out, he chose to help Dunbar. And that advocacy is through Senator Perry, representatives at the time, John Frullo and Dustin Burrows on the other side. And our folks came together and worked for us. Something that I don't want to miss that Sid said. I mean, because of this, it's effectively called the Dunbar Bill, and it has been piloted throughout the state. And this model is unique, and it will never happen again the way that it happened for Lubbock ISD. The other models, I've had the blessed opportunity to sit on calls nationwide to talk about this initiative and the ins and the outs. And there were a lot of people that were angry across the state that he chose Dunbar Middle School in Lubbock, Texas. Like, what is that? You know, because they felt like we weren't important enough. We weren't in the I-35 corridor and stuff. So, but nonetheless, we've got the most students enrolling in the early college high school from Dunbar than ever before. We've piloted programs that through the LPN that Lubbock ISD is now they've made them foundational to the way we're teaching. So it has been a great job and a well done program and project. There are no further statements. Do I have a motion? I'm going to read this in its entirety. Do I have a motion to not extend the in-district charter agreements with Lubbock Partnership Network to operate and manage Alderson Elementary, Irvin Elementary, Hodges Elementary, Dunbar College Preparatory Academy beyond the 2023-2024 school year? I have a motion by Trustee Chavez. Do I have a second?
So moved.
Second by Trustee Curry. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
I was ready to get them moving.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries 6-0. Item 8, administrative action items. Do we have any members of the public who would like to address the board regarding the administrative action items posted? Being done. Item 8, approval to authorize the superintendent to enter into an electricity agreement when rates become available to Lubbock ISD. Rick, the short version.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Good morning, Board of Trustees. Very briefly, as you all know, especially watching all the television commercials, deregulation is about to happen. The final piece of Lubbock has been moved over to ERCOT, and so it is time for us to be prepared to make a decision on energy. Back in April, you authorized the district to enter to become a part of the co-op for potentially us considering to use them as an energy provider, and that was with TASB. So we entered that, and obviously we have had several presentations from other entities. I do believe the co-op is the best option for us as a district. We've had TASB come and present to us, to the Facilities Committee several times, most recently on November 29th. And so based on that, we need to be able to be nimble as a district, which means when the pricing is correct and TASB's consultants tell us the pricing is correct and the terms are good, to authorize Dr. Rollo to enter into that agreement. The pricing fluctuates very, very quickly, and so that's why we're asking for authorization when the time is right, based on when the consultants tell us it's time for us to push that button, then we will push that button and enter into that agreement. And obviously, Dr. Rollo will work with us as a team to make sure that we're entering into the best agreement that best benefits the district.
Trustees, any comments?
I do want to acknowledge Tim Williams is here with us. He's our consultant with TASB. Yeah. And so Tim is familiar with our business. He's a former school business person, so he's familiar with the work that we do on our side, on the operations side. And so thank you, Tim, for being here this morning.
I have a motion to authorize superintendent to enter into all electricity agreements when rates become available.
So moved.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Thank you, Zach. Thank you, Beth. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same. Motion passes 6-0. Item 9, procurement and contracts. Do we have any members of the public who would like to address the board regarding any of the procurement and contracts as posted on the agenda? Seeing none, item A, approval of district purchases. Rick?
Thank you, sir. 5 items for y'all to consider this morning. We have the reading academies that you should be familiar with. This year, we have to partner with Region 13. We have 4 teachers that are required to go through the reading academies, and so that's the first one. We have to increase the amount for the band and orchestra trip. This is the trip that you already approved in September. Remember, these are pass-through funds. Great news. We have more participation than we expected, so we're having to increase that number for that trip in May of 2024. The third one is curriculum. It's an interlocal agreement for curriculum for private schools. And so that's a Region 17 purchase. And this is based on the number of students that live in our district that attend private schools. We're required to provide funding for those private schools that choose to take advantage of that. The fourth one is some safety issues or safety instruments that we're going to provide some more flexibility for our principals to be able to manage audits. This is being paid through with the safety standards grant that we get from TEA. And then the final one is our timely software purchase. This is helping our secondary campuses be able to create and manage efficiently master scheduling for our students. Be happy to answer any questions.
Questions?
Just, Rick, noticing on the band and orchestra trip, you did say those are pass-through funds, so those are fundraising and
That's
private
correct.
donations that'll just pass through.
That's correct. Yes, sir.
Outstanding that we get to have that many more students going.
Yeah.
That's great.
All right. Do I have a collective motion to approve the district purchases as presented?
So moved.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Jason. Thank you, Beth. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same. Motion passes 6-0. Approval of district construction purchases. Mr. Rodriguez.
Thank you, Pastor Stubblefield. So just 4 items here. The hallway painting that we brought to you prior to for a delivery method, we are selecting Tommy Klein for that. We're using grant funds to pay for that project. We have some professional fees from AgriStem there for the barn. And then the district-wide security fencing, those last 3 items are going to be bond fund projects that we'll work through, and then some barn equipment for the new AgriStem facility.
Questions, trustees? A motion to approve.
So moved.
Thank you, Lala. Thank you, Beth. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same. Motion passes 6-0. Item 10, district-wide intruder detection audit report findings. Dr. Rello.
Yeah, so as you guys are very well aware, whenever we have an intrusion audit finding, we are required to share that in a public board meeting with you. I will not go into details for obvious reasons, safety reasons, but I do want to share that this was not a door issue, an exterior door issue. This was the principal not being able to access the weekly door sweep logs that they are required to keep and required to show the auditor. So the doors were locked, but the principal could not access that at that moment. And so that's why there is a finding.
Has it been remedied?
It has been remedied. Corrective action has taken place.
Trustees, any other questions? Right. That concludes our regular agenda for the board. But at this time, the chair is going to make a move or an adjustment to our agenda, and we're going to go into executive session at this moment. So it is 8:36. At this time, we are adjourned to executive session. Trustees, if you need a break, about 5 minutes, let's try to get over there about 8:40, 8:41. We're adjourned to executive session.
Not 8:42, 8:41.
Yeah, 8:40. executive session. Do we have any action items following the executive session?
Yes, sir.
Seeing none, we'll proceed into the next item on the agenda, the board workshop. And so at this time, I want to invite Kim Callison, Assistant Superintendent for C&I, to present us with progress measures.
Good morning.
Good morning again.
Good morning again.
Morning.
All right. I want to talk a little bit before I get started on progress measures. I do want to make note that these are measures from our first 9 weeks, and that was the first 2 weeks in October, but because our board meeting ran long last time, we moved it up. I will be back next month with the second 9 weeks data, which the students are actually taking right now. So I will be quick and I will be brief today to give you an idea of where we are in terms of reading and math. One thing that I do want to note as we look in what I did last year is I always compared where we were at each 9 weeks compared to where we were the previous year. And I did want to point out that as with accountability cut points, the target is a moving target with what percentages our approaches meet and master set at. The state does not set what is considered the percentage to approach, to meet, or master until after the test is given. And there is a whole big complicated reason why. I essentially think it is personally because we look and see how the state did and then we decide what the cut points are going to be. But when you look at this year's data and our cut points, they have been significantly lowered in all content areas. I'm going to show you an example of that. The reason is, and I'll remind you, last year we had our first iteration of STAR 2.0. That is a more complicated and robust assessment that included 25% questions that are not multiple choice. So the percentage rates to approach, meet, and master were lowered considerably. Our teachers have this that you can absolutely not read, but they have a copy of it where they can see what the cut points are for every single content area and grade level because they are different for all of them. So looking at our board goals, by June of this year, by the time we take STAR this year, our goal in third grade reading is that 52% of our students will be at the meet expectations. Last year at this same time, we were at 17%. This year, we are at 46%. Once again, in full transparency, that is wonderful, and I would be so happy to say, wow, we are showing so much growth, and we are. But I do want to note the percentage to meet dropped from 74 to 54%. So while we do see lots of growth, we also know those cut points are different. And we are using last year's cut points because that's all that we have from the state. And so that is what we use for meets. In third grade math, our goal by May is that 50% of our students will be meeting. You can see we are currently at 46% on that first 9-week assessment. I will note that our assessments are only about 20 to 25 questions as opposed to the STAR test, which is anywhere from 35 to 50 questions long, depending on the content area and the grade level. The percentage to meet dropped this year from 72% to 57%. So we're close to our goal, but we do know part of that is because of that change in the cut points. In 8th grade reading, our goal is that by STAR of this year, 51% of our students will be at that meets level, and we actually, this first 9 weeks, we're at 57%, so we've already met that particular goal. You'll note that the percentage to meet dropped from 75 to 54. And then last but not least, we have 8th grade math. Just a reminder, 8th grade math, our most successful and high achieving students take Algebra 1, so about a third of our highest achieving students are taking Algebra 1 and not 8th grade math. And our goal is that 38% of those students will be meeting expectations, and currently on this first district assessment, we were at 32%, so we are approaching that goal as well. And the percentage to meet did not drop as drastically in math as it did in reading. So what does this mean? In RLA Science and Social Studies, every single score in every single content area, in every single grade level, and every proficiency level went up from last year. In math, our campuses that are using Eureka Elementary for the first time saw drops compared to last year. We were planning on that probably happening because of a dip with a new curriculum implementation. Just a reminder, campuses chose to pilot this year with Eureka. It is one of our high quality instructional materials, and so we'll be looking forward as we move forward to see where we are with that. So we're working on that dip in implementation. Middle school math and Algebra 1, which was great, they saw increases in all grade levels and all proficiency levels as well. We know that we are not comparing apples to apples, so what I really want to look at is growth. And how I looked at growth, remember we have two measures in accountability. We have achievement and we have growth, and we are a growth district. And so I want to look at, you've seen this chart many times before, and remember green is good, blue means they're maintaining, they're at the same level that they were at last year, and red is they have fallen back. Once again, I'm comparing STAR to the first 9-week assessment. And we had in fifth grade, because we don't have a growth measure for third grade, they didn't have a test last year. So these are our fifth graders who took the fourth grade STAR last year. We had 1,400, sorry, I have to put my glasses on. We had 1,450-ish students that took the assessment, and we had, of those, over 1,000, 70% of our students showed growth from fourth grade STAR to fifth grade first 9 weeks assessment. So we are really pleased about that. In looking at our orange box on the side, we also are monitoring our students who were unsuccessful on STAR in fourth grade and how they're doing on the assessments. And half of those students, right at 40%, 47%, showed growth from fourth to fifth grade first 9 weeks assessment. As I was saying, our non-Eureka campuses, those are the campuses that chose not to pilot in this grade. I will say these are our typically more high-achieving campuses and more veteran teachers that chose not to pilot. We had about 1,450 kids total in fifth grade that took the assessment, and we had right at 97% of those students make growth from fourth grade STAR to fifth grade first 9 weeks assessment. So that was excellent. And we have about half of our students, about 47% of the fifth graders are not using, the teachers are not using the Eureka curriculum, and so about 53% are. With our campuses that are using Eureka, we had right at 77% of those students that showed growth as well. So while we didn't see as much growth with our campuses that are implementing the new curriculum, we still had over 3/4 of them that did show growth. So we're excited about that and know that that will get easier as we get more comfortable with that with that curriculum. In 8th grade RLA, we had right at 70% of our students that showed growth from STAR to the first 9 weeks assessment, and right at half of our students that were unsuccessful on 7th grade STAR were successful on the 8th grade district assessment. And then in math, I know 8th grade math is one of our areas. It's our one progress measure in academics that we didn't meet our goal last year, but already we've seen 70% worth of growth from last year 7th grade to 8th grade. So we are seeing, we are making a concerted effort with middle school math in particular. And I think with the implementation of Eureka and the high quality instructional materials in elementary, that is going to trickle up, and we're going to see much more success because kids are going to understand the math better. Lastly, just to give you a few highlights, we're continuing to support the implementation of HQIM in reading and math, and we've included 3-week checkpoints. So not only are we looking at 9 weeks, but we're looking at 3 weeks now. We have executive coaching sessions every month with 10 pre-identified campuses, And that includes Misty, the executive principals, Debbie Alderson, Kami, and myself, and we meet with them once a month. Sometimes we meet on their campus, sometimes we meet down here with the principal and with their leadership teams. We have training for our coaches twice a month. We have after-school training, and we're really focusing in co-op, which is the old content-focused session on planning and implementation. And then lastly, our content specialists are doing walks, and we're really continuing training in writing. I think that's why we saw such a drastic decrease in the cut points for reading, because now we have writing included. And so that we continue to work on reliability and realistic scoring by our teachers. So that is all I have. Do y'all have any questions for me?
I guess, and I apologize if you explained this earlier or if you explained it months ago, but so you're saying the meets requirement dropped from 74 or 72 to 54 in most of the areas?
Yes.
Or in every area?
Well, in every area it dropped. Some areas it was 10 points or 15 points. In RLA in particular, they dropped mainly, most of them about 20 points. So our approaches is anywhere from is anywhere from 26% to about 40%.
So I know the complaint, and listen, for the record, I hate determining success based on a single test.
Absolutely.
But it is what it is, and we have to go by something. And so the arguments have been, the test was changed, it was harder, but it seems like we've dropped the standard. So don't those things...
The state dropped, they
No,
dropped the cut
I know
points.
we didn't,
Yeah.
but I'm just saying,
Yes, sir.
don't they counteract to where the test is the test and we shouldn't be blaming the test?
I don't know that we've ever blamed the test.
I'm saying in general.
In general.
Yeah.
In general.
Well, after the test
standard
is-
has been dropped.
Yes.
Absolutely.
to
Because
where
we
it
do
should
have a
be-
harder test.
But it
And so-
also should be more attainable.
Right.
But
meets.
they normalize it. So after all of the tests have been administered, the
They'll
state puts them on a bell curve.
Yes.
And so
And
just
that's how they
naturally-
determine the passing standards. And so we've had a lot of conversations. I've had a lot of conversations with principals who are very nervous, as am I, that we've changed our cut points. We match the state, but what if the state decides this year to up it 20 points again? There's no way to predict that. In a typical year, the cut points only change by about 4 to 5%, and lots of times they don't change at all. It just depends, once again, on the state and how they set that bell curve.
Wouldn't
or how that bell curve turns out.
Just thinking out loud, wouldn't the only way it would change is if the state as a whole did better? So if we don't meet that, then that means we did something wrong, right?
Correct.
I mean,
Yes.
regardless whether it goes up or down,
Right.
we are basing us based off of every other kid in the state of Texas.
Yes, absolutely. And that's why we are using the cut points as they are given to us from the state, because that's all we really know and that's all we have at this point. Absolutely.
Okay.
What will be our progress measures? And seems like the data you gave us, Eureka, was less successful, and I heard you say that it's new, we're implementing it, so that's to be expected. So how are we going to monitor that to make sure that it's not the product?
Absolutely. We, like I said, we're looking at not only the 9 weeks assessment, but we're looking at those 3-week checkpoints as well. And those checkpoints are designed so that the teachers teach, and then that assessment is what they have taught in those 2.5 weeks. And we are monitoring those as well. So not only when we meet with executives and the principals, not only are we looking at the big 9 weeks, but we're looking in smaller increments to make sure that we're seeing the progress that we should. We had 3 campuses that are actually in their second year of Eureka, Hodges, Alderson, and Irvin, all 3, and they're seeing greater progress. Also, we are sending out surveys to the teachers to get feedback from them. And really, in looking at that, I was just looking at it yesterday. One of the things with our Eureka teachers that a common comment that we've gotten back is just the pacing. And so we're going to have to work with them on the pacing of the lessons to make sure that they're keeping up. And so I think that and the Eureka curriculum is intended to really help them understand, especially at elementary, in early elementary, conceptually the math. And so helping teachers understand how that ties and how that looks like, what that looks like on STAR, so helping them bridge that gap.
And when you say pacing, Kim, who's having a problem keeping up?
The teachers, it moves very quickly. And one of the things with the high quality instructional materials, things spiral through. We are very accustomed to teaching math. We're going to teach fractions. We're going to teach it all the way through to mastery or place value. We're going to spend 3 weeks on place value, and then we may not come back to it till the end of the year. The way Eureka is built, and Carnegie as well at middle school, is it spirals through. And so we might talk about place value, but we're going to talk about place value in terms of addition and subtraction and geometry. And so it spirals all the way through, and teachers are not accustomed to that. So I think that is throwing them off as well. So we're working with them, reminding them that we've got to look at the long game and not just the short game of the 3-week checkpoints or the 9-week assessments. We've got to see where we are at the end of the year.
So Eureka performance, or the low performance, or however we're framing it, is not so much as the product itself, right?
No, and like I said, the 3 campuses that used it last year, we're hearing from their feedback from those campuses, even teachers that were very reluctant last year, that were not crazy about having a new math curriculum, they are seeing the gains this year. Because I was just talking to a 5th grade teacher at one of the 3 campuses that said, it's so nice because the kids coming up from 4th grade have a better understanding than they've ever had before. So she wasn't having as big of a problem with pacing. It's just getting used to how fast it moves.
I'm hopeful that those gains are from 2 years ago and not the dip that happened last year. Now we're back to even. So hopefully
Right.
it's
Right, absolutely.
Last question I have is, I heard you say that the 9-week assessments, it's only just like 4 or 5 questions.
No, 9-week assessments are 20 to 25
20
questions.
to 25?
Yes,
Okay.
sir. And then STAR is much longer, of course.
Okay.
Yes,
I thought I heard 4 or 5.
Now, our checkpoints that we do in math, those are only, they're 10 points. Sometimes they're 8 questions because some of the questions will count multiple points. But we keep those very short because we don't want to assess kids all the time.
Right.
So we're keeping those very short so that they can be done in one class period and then move on.
Gotcha.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Thank y'all.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Next, we have our 2024-25 calendar development.
Actually, we have another progress measure.
Do we? Oh, it's
We have
still.
behavior progress measures, yes.
We got to put part 1 and part
Part
2.
2. Yes, there's actually a third presenter after me. So
all
I will be
right.
succeed, I promise.
Dr. Martha Dodge.
Yes.
Kim promised the same thing, Martha.
I promise. Okay, so good morning. I'm going to go over some district behavior data for you. We'll start by looking at kind of the big picture of the district, and then we'll go into some of the things we're doing right now and some future plans that we have. So just a quick reminder, we have our student behavior support division up here. We have a lot of people who work on our team in a wide variety of roles. We have social workers, school psychologists, behavior specialists who spread out across the district to help support our campuses every day. This first piece of data I'm going to share with you is just a picture of our district discipline incidents over time. And this compares 3 years of data layered on top of each other. So the turquoise line is from 2 years ago, from 2021 fall. The purple line is from last year fall, the first 9 weeks. And then the green line is this year fall, the first 9 weeks. So you see overall we have a positive trend in discipline incidents there. The next chart shows it broken down by level, so elementary, middle, and high school. So you notice we're down about 2,000 incidents from 2 years ago. We take into consideration the fact that we are a declining enrollment district, and weigh that out is that just we don't have as many kids, we don't have as many incidents, but that's outpacing the decline in enrollment. And the other question I always ask about this is it an accurate reflection of what our campuses feel like, what our teachers experience every day? So that's a question I constantly ask our campuses to reflect on as they look at their data. You may see there that elementary schools have gone up. I think there are a lot of reasons for that, and I'll show you by grade level in just a second. I think a lot of that is we're still feeling the after effects of COVID.
with our little biddies who, didn't have as much social interaction, maybe didn't have as much exposure to language development, and so they're still kind of learning how to function in a school environment. And we also have campuses, I think, that are really working to have accurate documentation of what's going on with kids so that we can make database decisions as we intervene with kids early on. There's our incidents by grade level. So you'll notice at elementary, kinder is up there with 5th grade. So again, those kids who are coming in and just kind of learning how to do school and function in a classroom environment with academic demands there as well. And then at the upper end, 8th and 9th grade are the highest this year for the first 9 weeks. These next 2 slides will show incidents by behavior. So what are kids being written up for in school? And again, this compares the last 3 years, the first 9 weeks of data. And then the next one will be how we've responded to it. So some positives, truancy has gone down over the last 2 years. And fighting has gone down over the last 2 years across the district. What we're seeing more is some of that class disruption. You see that threats have gone up. I think part of that is also we are getting a lot better about accurate documentation and really kind of tracking that data a little bit more closely. And then as you see, bullying has gone up a little bit. But again, we're really emphasizing accurate documentation of those 2 things in schools. How we're responding. In-school suspension has trended down. Unfortunately, out-of-school suspension has, well, hold on. No, that's not right. Out-of-school suspension has gone up a little bit as far as a percentage goes, but raw numbers are down. And then placement at DAP continues to go down. So that is a good thing. Fewer kids getting sent to PIA for disciplinary reasons. A reminder, we have people serving on campuses as student behavior support specialists. So we have 27 of those across the district. They've been funded through grants up until this point. And they kind of serve almost like an instructional coach, but for behavior. So they help make sure that our school-wide behavior systems are in place. They support teachers through coaching and consultation. And then they do work directly with individual students who are in that tier 3 level need of behavior, who have higher needs and really require some daily or weekly support, either in the classroom or out of the classroom. We applied for an Education Innovation Research Grant from the U.S. Department of Ed. We found out we did not get that, unfortunately, but we were awarded a Stronger Connections Grant, which I think Ken presented to you guys at the last board meeting. So that will be able to provide funding for 16 for another year. We really think that a lot of the growth we see in the data is because of these people who live on campuses, do early intervention with kids, and really oversee those campus systems alongside their administrators. So the impact of our specialists on campus, we send out a survey to teachers where those people serve so that they can give us feedback on whether or not they're seeing an impact from them being there on campus. The first graph shows that almost 80% said that they believe that they are beneficial to teachers and staff, and almost 81% said that they are beneficial to students. So they're seeing that impact from those people being there. Something that was new and exciting for us this fall was we did something called district behavior rounds. This is based off of a practice that we had done previously around instruction called instructional rounds. Basically, we pulled together people from central office, people from campuses, and went out to 240 classrooms across the district over the course of 2 days and collected some very basic data in short walkthroughs. What we were looking at is the fundamentals of classroom management. Are we seeing those practices across the district? And so our goal was to do a well check for our systems, but also to facilitate some collaboration across the feeder around behavior systems, getting people out in buildings they wouldn't normally be in to see the good stuff that's happening there. And then getting our campuses to also reflect on their own systems and how those are going. So we looked at what percentage of kids were meeting expectations in the classroom. So you see that if yellow and green would be above 80% on task, the blue would be less than half of the kids, and then the red would be 50 to 79% of students on task. we were looking to see, did we see expectations posted for kids so that they knew what was expected of them during specific activities? And what we needed to see for this one was that they were actually physically visible to kids and they matched the expectation or the activity that was taking place at that time. So we saw it in about 45% of our classrooms. This was a surprise to us, but when you compare this with the previous graph about on task, we still have kids who are doing what they're supposed to be doing, even if the expectation is not readily posted at that exact moment. So that's a good thing. Our kids are understanding what they're supposed to do. Ratio of interactions, this is looking at where the teacher's time and attention is going to in the classroom, positive behavior versus unexpected negative behavior. So am I spending more time acknowledging kids who are doing what they're supposed to be doing, or am I spending more time correcting kids who are off task or not meeting expectations? So what we want to see is the red and the yellow there, so that we're at least 1-to-1 or greater. The blue would be where we're spending more time redirecting, correcting kids than we are interacting with kids who are on task. And then attention signal, this is just a practice that we use in classrooms when I need to bring kids back together to set expectations, clarify directions, tell them what the next step is going to be. And so what we looked at there was, did we see a need for it? And if we did, was it used effectively or to 100%? So the concerning piece of that pie would be the red. We needed it, but we didn't use it, right? The blue would be, we didn't need to use it, so we didn't see it. There wasn't a time where that was necessary. Yellow would be, we saw it, but they didn't quite hold it to 100% of kids meeting that expectation. And then green would be, we saw them use it, and they got every single kid to meet that expectation for that attention signal. This is important because there's a lot of research around instructional time that's lost if we're not using an attention signal appropriately and effectively. So trends that we noticed, first of all, we have phenomenal teachers across our district. It was really cool for people to come back and talk about the great things they saw in classrooms. Most of our kids come in and do their job and meet teachers' expectations every day. We saw a lot of evidence of positive relationships that teachers have built and positive classroom culture. And overall, we saw classrooms that were organized and structured to support kids. Some of the key questions that came up through this process was, how do we move kids from just being compliant in class to fully engaged in learning? So just because I'm sitting and quietly meeting expectations, am I really as engaged in the learning process as I could be? There's a difference there. And then how do we help our teachers maintain those really good best practices that are preventative, that keep the problems from occurring? So going back to the posting of expectations, how do we get people to kind of double down on that, especially when they're tired or it's a stressful time of year? So our next steps from that, we have a number of campuses who have started doing their own internal rounds after October. So they're using some PLC time, giving teachers the opportunity to go out and see each other's classrooms. And we've heard really positive feedback from that teachers enjoy having that protected time to visit other people and see the good things that their peers are doing. And then we have a tentative date for district rounds again in the spring. So we'd like to repeat this process because we got really good feedback from participants. You guys are aware that we have a program in Lubbock ISD, a special education program that focuses on our students who receive special education services and have the most intensive social, emotional, behavioral needs, and it's called SEBS, Social Emotional Behavior Support Services. You can see the numbers there again for the past 3 years across the 4 feeder patterns. You'll notice it's trended down. We are seeing fewer kids needing to access SEBS over time. Again, I would attribute that to the great work our campuses have been doing in creating systems, putting early intervention into place, and really catching kids early, helping them get the supports that they need so that their behavior doesn't continue to escalate. We see actually improvement in behavior over time. So our action plan, we are participating in the district executive coaching that Kim mentioned. We have ongoing training for our campus specialists and our PBIS leaders on campus. We do focus walks and coaching at specific campuses. District rounds in the spring, which I mentioned. We're going to collaborate with some other districts that we visited with at Texas School Alliance around some of the innovative programming that they have in place to address some of the common concerns we hear from other districts at TSA. And then we've really had a heavy emphasis on a coaching model for SEBs this year from our district team, and really getting the systems in place in those classrooms where we're supporting those kids with the higher level of need. And it's been phenomenal. We've seen better staff retention, and we've seen better outcomes for kids ultimately from that. That is all I have. Any questions?
So on your, maybe part of the action plan should include goals, like a set number. So when you're looking at your behavior rounds and breaking down that data, just like say expectations. What is your desired goal of the number of students that you, when you observe your rounds, that you want to see meeting expectations?
I mean, we would love to see everybody in that 90% or above, right? But setting some goals of what
absolutely.
The improvement we want to see.
You
Yeah,
know,
absolutely.
Like the progress goals, much like our board goals, and what Kim just presented, right? Something parallel or similar to say, well, we at least want to, since we've done this round, was this your first district behavior round?
It was.
So
It
looking
was,
at
yeah.
implementing it and continuing it, and then the campus-based ones, I think it is worth coming together as a team and say, so we want to see goals. We want to measure those progresses, right? And have those outcomes. Because if we see 100% of the students, right, engaged and they're doing what they need to do, that's the ultimate goal.
Absolutely.
We're not there yet, but what I think this is a way that we're saying we're going to get there. So I mean, I would love to see that. You
Yeah,
know, if
absolutely. And I think for this first one, we kind of wanted a baseline, get
Absolutely.
people comfortable with the process, see if there was value to campuses, because we don't want to put this on their calendar if it's not something that's helpful to them. And campuses did receive their individual data from classroom visits aggregated, so not individual teacher information, but for their campus, what their percentages was.
I'm always on board for self-assessments and seeing where we're performing and how we're doing well. What are we doing well? What are we not doing well? What do we need to improve? You know, especially emphasizing our low lights, because they need to shine a little brighter. Another statement that I would make is, this frustrates me. O-Room was never intended to be punitive. Never. I was in the original conversation when we brought it from the East Lubbock Promise neighborhood out of Castle Park Middle School and Chula Vista with the Granger turnaround model. And it is, and I don't want to see it called O-Room. I want it to be what is called opportunity room, because those students were given opportunities to improve behaviors, right? Sure, we use it in a way, but it was never a discipline initiative. It was never discipline-based. It was simply that, an opportunity, because it was getting kids to see it differently. Hey, we're going to give you an opportunity to correct some things, right? Is an opportunity ever negative? I don't think that it is, you know, so I really want the team to think about that and look at changing that, and maybe even look at moving it out of one of the aspects of that behavior, right, as a negative consequence, because in the original concept, it's never meant to be punitive.
Right. And I think, you know, when you see it in the administrative action data, you also see things like a restorative chat or restitution, and those have that same intention, right? Helping a kid learn from an experience and figure out how to do something differently the next time. So I think when you see that administrative action, it's easy to think those are all these punitive measures, but we include intentionally in that list of options for administrators teaching opportunities for kids to learn how to do something a different way.
Absolutely.
So I agree. That is the approach that we try to preach, for sure.
Right.
Can
Opportunity
somebody else-
room.
Can
Yes,
I-
you
can
can.
you sure?
Yeah.
Martha, one question and one maybe statement that's more for Dr. Rollo than you, but I guess specifically here recently and talking with several different principals all over the place, the feeling isn't necessarily that discipline is improving. And I know you touched on this a little bit, but have we watered it? And I don't mean this to be accusatory, but have we watered it down to where we're reporting less, and that's why the numbers are going down? Because I don't feel like the teachers feel. I feel like the general consensus is insubordination within the classroom is at an all-time high, and that's probably not just LISD. I mean, that's a cultural, social phenomenon that is. So, Is there some truth to that? Or?
I'm really glad you asked that question, because that's always one of my worries, right? We don't want to artificially suppress the data for the sake of the data looking better. We want the problem to be solved, right? We want the challenges that teachers are dealing with to be addressed. I would say from my experience, part of what kind of drives that sense is I think we still have the vast majority of our kids doing what they're supposed to do every single day. I think when we talk about what that tier 3 top level behavior looks like, that's intensified, I think. And so the extremes, although it's a handful of kids, feel extreme. There's some tough situations, and I have a laundry list of them that we've been involved with that are really complex, challenging situations. And a lot of the time, the really hard answer is putting intervention in place and giving it time. And so there aren't quick fixes, and we have to kind of live in those really complex, hard situations for weeks. Because we have a kindergartner who has never had an experience outside of the home, and they're trying to figure out how to function in a classroom. And so it's real what people are telling you, that we're seeing more intense behaviors. I still believe, though, as I talk to people and calibrate, and we really have the honest conversation and they look at it, it's 2 to 5% of the population that's really causing the most stress. And it's real. So I never want to downplay the reality of that stress. But the vast majority of our kids are in schools doing what they're supposed to do. And I feel that very much because I don't deal with the situations where it's going well. I only deal with the situations where it's not going well, right? Because that's how it gets to my level. So
You should be on the board.
you feel that, right? But it's easy to forget how many kids are really showing up and doing a good job every single day. And it's because of our phenomenal teachers, our administrators. But yes, I mean, I'm not here to say it's all sunshine.
No, that's fair enough.
Roses.
I appreciate your honesty answer. And then I guess, Dr. Rolla, whether it's for you or Tammy or Martha or whoever, one thing, and I may be out of line because I know I'm not on the committees that necessarily talk about that, but one thing it seems like we could benefit from is a universal code of conduct or expectations, whether that's segregated at elementary, middle school, high school, but something that feeds off of itself to where, especially with some of our transient community, like they're in school X, here's the expectations. They go to school Y, here's the expectations. And it's consistent. Because I may be wrong, but I don't feel like there's even consistency within some feeder patterns with respect to like what you have to do at this school versus that school versus that school. And I respect autonomy, but I don't think that's one area where autonomy is necessarily a good thing, because to me, if I'm sending my kid through elementary, middle school, high school, and this expectation builds upon itself, I've got an expectation as a parent of what to expect no matter where I walk into.
So we do have a district code of conduct that.
I'm guessing you're referring more
I'm
to
talking
like
about
what
in
does
the
it
classroom,
what does it look like? What are my expectations of the
expectations.
classroom? What are my expectations of the
Yeah,
hallway?
I'm not talking
kind of
about-
those tier 1 systems that we discussed.
Something that a teacher can hold kids accountable to, and then a principal can hold parents accountable to their kids, more so than a mission statement or a feel good.
Right. And I think you touched on kind of the core issue there is campus autonomy versus a streamlined system, and where do you kind of give and take with that? I've had several conversations this semester with several different principals about what does your process look like when a new kid enrolls, even if they're coming from within Lubbock ISD. How do you onboard them to your campus and the way you do things? Do you have videos? Do you have student ambassadors that take them on a tour? How are you teaching kids that stuff when they show up on a Wednesday in October? Because if we don't, then they don't know what to expect, and their parents don't know what to expect. And so I think even if we can't streamline across the feeder pattern, if we can formalize that process more across the district of what it looks like your first day at a school to learn all of that, that would be a step in the right direction.
I would almost take it a step further backwards. What are the principals doing to onboard their teachers as to the expectations? I mean, our turnover rate has been outrageous. I mean, everybody's has around the state, but you have all these new teachers come in, especially adjunct, who aren't necessarily trained in the classroom perspective. Do they know what expectations could be? Because my expectations and Bill's expectations, while they most may be, morally based, they may be drastically different. And that's, I don't necessarily think that's fair to a kid to go from one classroom to another, in the bar set higher in one, lower in the next. And
I agree. And that we really work with campuses for them to develop what do their classroom management systems and plans look like so kids have a consistent experience throughout the school day. And in August, they do, all of their August back to school training. But for new teachers, that's like, drinking from a fire hose. And so that's where I think our campus specialists are key, because they are working with those new teachers ongoing. They're in their classrooms every day, every week, supporting, coaching, giving feedback, because it's not a one and done thing where I heard it in August and now I've internalized it and can go and perform that. You need ongoing support, especially if you're an adjunct.
Yeah,
And we
it's
do offer classroom.
Yes, and I can share, we have a behavior handbook that every campus fills out that outlines all of their systems and their approach for how they're going to run classrooms, common areas, all of that, to formalize that.
And just piggybacking off what Ryan said, in the same sense, in onboarding staff, like in my mind, it's like subs as well, right? How are they acclimated and they understand, hey, this is our system of student behavior supports, right? And they're just not winging it, trying to go through their own thing. And then when we get feedback or emails from one substitute over here, oh, this was the best experience I had. But then another sub, that same campus, as in, you guys got a real problem. It's like, where do you balance that at, right? And I'm just gonna think it is within systems.
Yes.
Yes, and we do training with our subs initially. Every substitute, where every teacher, when they're out, is supposed to leave a sub folder that has the classroom expectations and all of those things in it. But the sub's ability to come in and internalize that, the day of is a challenge.
But is that something we're putting on the sub, or do we own it to say, we gotta, adjust our system to say, you're coming in, how deep and in depth is our orientation gonna be for substitute teachers?
It's fairly deep. I want to say how long is the training?
A few hours.
Yeah,
but because you've got to be able to match that to the campus system.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
From the campus.
almost like if there was
Part
a
of that
global
onboarding.
expectation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Seems like a bare minimum opportunity here would be to get it posted in the room if we're at 46%.
I agree, because that was
that's
low.
very low-hanging fruit.
Absolutely.
A very easy. I guess the only question I would have on top of this is, how was this information delivered to the campuses?
From the behavior rounds?
Right.
So they came up the day of, we went through explained the data and went out and collected and talked about next steps. But then we shared it through Tune In, Tune Up, the weekly call. And then it was emailed, their results were emailed to the administrative team.
I'm curious to know if, like the findings that you posted on here, that we have amazing teachers and very, very positive to us, was that the same message that was given to the campuses, or?
Yes. So they also had a place where and I didn't include this in the presentation, but where the observers wrote notes about best practices they saw, positive feedback, and that was all delivered back to the campuses as well. And it was heavier on that side than on the, kind of more critical feedback, I would say.
Sure. Plenty of opportunity in there, but a lot of opportunity to recognize things that are well done. And Dr. Rollo and I visited a campus recently where I've become more mindful that the administrators need to hear the good.
Oh, yes.
As well as the opportunities. And I just want to make sure that we're getting it here. Here's the things that we're seeing that are done well. I want to make sure that our administrators are getting that feedback as well, along with the opportunities.
Yes, and one thing that I really tried to emphasize to people who were going out to observe that day was to do it with a spirit of humility, because we went in the middle of October, and if you know anything about behavior in schools, that's prime time for behavioral challenges. Everybody's tired and stressed, and so we really talked about remembering what it is like to be in a classroom in October, in that time of incredible stress, and really looking for the good that we saw, and assuming we didn't know the whole picture. So like in some of those instances where we didn't see the expectations posted, it may have been on a slide 2 slides back, and they went over it before they went into the activity, but they didn't keep it up while the kids were engaging in the activity. So there were times when we may have missed the posting of the expectations. So,
Thank you.
good questions. Anything else?
Thank you, Martha.
That'll do it.
We
Thank you so
appreciate
much,
it.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Brian Ellison,
Morning.
welcome.
All right, so talk to you a little bit about what's going on in the world of parent and student resolutions. Just again, kind of, I think that what you'll see is once we start to get into the data, that you'll see what's happening in the classrooms is also carrying over into our DAEP placements. Those are down significantly. In addition to what we have implemented through the DOI and the drug intervention program, we've seen some great success already right out of the gate. So I'm super proud of these numbers. Just some of the things that come through my office are, of course, the appeals, the grievances. I want to try to step in. My wife gives me a hard time all the time that I play Switzerland quite a bit because I want to be a voice for the campus back to the parents, but then I also want to be a voice for the parents back to the campus. And so I want to try to squash that grievance as quickly as possible. Working with our campus administrators, collaboration with the student behavior support teams, monitoring the transitions when they come back from DAEP back to their campus, and then serving on a variety of committees. So some of the things that we have implemented over the last year and a half at PIA is we have implemented a weekly leadership meeting that includes David and his team. It includes our behavior specialists, the counselor, special education teachers, and then just making sure that we continue on opportunities for those students while they are there. They are taking, of course, not all of their electives are going to be able to carry over. So part of their electives are a leadership course and then an SEL course, utilizing the district curriculum in that. We have, Mr. Stubblefield, you were talking about the opportunity room. We have implemented what we call the de-escalation room, and that, if I get elevated or get heated, instead of just sending me home for that behavior, let's have an opportunity to de-escalate, kind of reflect on what my choices are, and then I can go back into that classroom. And then we've also got a phase program to where that's a little longer term, to where now we work on specific strategies, and then I work on and I phase back into the classroom. And then we've been able to increase instructional aid support, specifically in our 7th and 8th grade sections. That is our highest number, and so we just need the most support there. And then the special education teacher is there as well. David and his team continue to work on their core values of track, making sure that the students are on track and that they stay on track when they go back to their home campus. So creating that trust, respect, accountability, communication. They are focusing their PD this year on a book called Tattoos on the Heart. It's a pretty powerful read. I would encourage you guys to look at that. And then they have what we call friction meetings. And so it's input where they're getting that input back from their teachers of what's working and what's not working, why is it not working. And so it's being that more proactive approach instead of reactive. Just looking here at the new facilities there and the upgrade to the vestibule there. So looking at the numbers, where we are sitting right now, we have 145 students that are at DAEP. You can see 7th and 8th grade are highlighted. We try to we've got 2 classrooms for each grade level. So 2 and 6, 2 and 7th, 2 and 8th. And so we try to keep that on about a 15 to 20 to 1 ratio. And so you can see 8th grade, we're right there, right at the cusp. We have had 409 students total go through DAEP this year. And then you can also see where we are at as far as the students that have returned and what grade levels those students are in. These are numbers that I focus on pretty much on a daily basis. So that top row is where the percentage of our students that are currently at DAEP or at PIA and what the offense is for. 34% of our students are there for a drug offense. This time last year, that number was 54%. and stayed pretty consistently at above the 50% mark. So the DOI is working, and then I am definitely a glass half full type of guy, so I have to remind myself that, like Martha, kind of live in this world. You know, we don't even have this, out of our current population, it's not even a full percentage of our students are at DAEP. And we've only had just 1.7% of our students attend DAEP. And so looking at those numbers and what those offenses look like, this is another area that I focus in on. So that top row is looking at throughout the year. I think it's important to point out the second row of numbers is where we were at after the first 9 weeks. So we were down across the board for every grade level except for 10th. And then total, we were down 36 placements from where we were at in the first 9 weeks of last year. And then currently we are sitting at negative 118 students from where we were at the 9 weeks. Again, looking at the placements and what they were there for, the middle row is we were down 29 drug placements from last year's the first 9 weeks, and then currently sitting at 72 this year, this 9 weeks. Looking at a 3-year ISS and OSS at PIA, so 2 years ago, that was kind of the trend. If the kid messed up at PIA, we just sent them home. And it was just a knee-jerk reaction. And so we went down, and then this year we have only OSS'd 13 students, and we have only ISS'd 1 student at PIA. JJAEP, we're seeing some positive things there as well. At the time of this, that the presentation was put together, we had 10 students. Instructional goals, we're looking at that IXL, and then looking at Edgenuity and making sure that the students have an opportunity to complete courses while they are at JJ. And then assessment, using that Iowa test based, looking at their skills there, having the students look at a beginning and middle and end of the year. Our DOI, just, you guys have looked at this before, but just to reemphasize what we are doing with this drug intervention program. We have partnered with Tech and their Health Science Center, and I've scheduled weekly visits. So yesterday was at the middle school site 2, which is at the ATC. So that is for our Dunbar, Cavazos, Atkins, and OL campuses. It's pretty powerful. It's not just looking at the negative impact of drugs, but helping the kids reflect on what choices got me into the position that I'm in now. What can I do better? How can I improve in the classroom? How can I improve my community? How can I improve at home? And so it's a pretty powerful program. I'm really excited. The day before was at middle school site 1, which is Evans, Hutch, McKenzie and Irons and McCool. Some really cool things are going on through this program. Again, 2 middle school sites. All 4 of our high schools are housing the program. It's monitored after school. Level 1 offenses, which is our first time, is on Monday through Wednesday, and then our level 2 kiddos go Monday through Thursday. And then I think that it's important to point out that we did not have any significant findings in our disproportionality within our 2022 results. And so it's, as far as any race or ethnicity groups, we were not, there wasn't any outliers. And so it's good news there. Questions?
That's great news.
Yes.
Great news.
I guess, Brian, I have to ask you the same thing just to be fair. I mean, are we not sending kids to alternative placement just out of practice now, or are things really improving on the campus to where the need is decreased?
And I'll piggyback on that too.
No, sir, it was my question.
I'm just going to throw this in addition to, because 75% of them are mandatory placements.
Yes.
That's the highest percentage. So
yes. So mandatory is there's 2 different types of placements. Mandatory is a violation of Chapter 37. So if it's an assault or if it's a terroristic threat, then it states that we have to send that student. Drug offenses also fall within that mandatory, but that's where our DOI has stepped in to help with that. And then a discretionary is I've gone through, there's, repeated, interventions that the campus has tried, whether it be a ISS placement hasn't worked, an OSS placement, and we've reached that. So what's the next step? And so to answer your question, Mr. Curry, I would say that genuinely the placements are down. And I think that two things play into that factor. I think definitely because Martha and her team have done a really good job a fantastic job of giving our teachers strategies how to handle those behaviors so that they don't rise to an office referral to where now admin has to step in and have to manage that behavior. So, and then I think that it's also we have learned, we've taught our kids better coping skills. If I'm upset with you, now I can go through a restorative conversation as opposed to just you and I meeting up in the hallway and duking it out.
Yeah.
And so I think that's important in that the numbers truly aren't deflated. It's truly given our teachers and our administrators better skills and resources on how to handle the behavior. So that way we're not just I need you gone for 30 days. I've also worked with administrators on, we take time to stair step the discipline on the campus, but then when it comes time to a placement, we automatically jump to a 30-day placement. And so why do we go to the automatic extreme? Yes, that student is removed for 30 days, but if you think about it, when it comes to instructional time, that's 6 weeks that student is missing. And so if our district policy is a minimum of 10 days, let's have conversations with parents and let's work with them, because a lot of the times when I step in and hear that appeal, the parents are like, you've placed Johnny for 30 days and now we're sending Johnny back for another 30 days. It didn't work the first time. What makes you think it's going to work the second time? So having conversations, and there have been tough conversations with administrators. Let's stair step the DAP placement as well. Instead of jumping to that 30, let's work with the parent and see what 15 days does. Get them back on campus, work with that transition, and then if we need to go to a 30, then we can on the second.
I think that's fair as long as the parent's doing heavy lifting too. But if they're throwing it back on the administrators and teachers to have to do the parenting, that's where I draw the line. I appreciate y'all.
I can't say enough about what a great addition Mr. Ellison has been to our team around this work. So thank you.
Appreciate you, team. Thank you all so much for this presentation. Right. So we're going to move on with the board workshop, and we're going to speed it up for Mr. Curry's sake. And we're going to get our calendar development that I was trying to get to a little prematurely. And I'd like to
do this
invite.
pretty quick.
Yeah.
Did you poll people? Okay. Thank you. Have a great day.
Welcome, Beth Barrage.
Good morning.
Just let me know when we start.
I'll let Stephanie do it so that I don't mess anything
What
else
the
up.
last day is.
There we go. So I'm excited to share. Should I wait for
No,
me?
ma'am.
Just
No,
cue?
he said, he said, please continue.
Okay.
I heard trusted.
So I'm going to share the work that our DEIC subcommittee has done and bring to you some options for our calendar that will then go out to the community for their input as well. So to start with just our timeline, most of our work happened in the month of November. We met weekly with our subcommittee that included parents, community members, teachers, and administrators. And then we'll bring back the results of the community survey at the end of January to you to approve our calendar for 24-25 school year. Our minimum requirements are that we have 187 staff days, and then that the calendar includes a minimum of 75,600 instructional minutes for our students.
Here are some of the other considerations. We have a guidelines document that we follow. Of course, we try our best to honor the feedback from stakeholders in the survey that they complete. As part of our DOI, we can start no more than 8 school days before the 4th Monday of August, and so we put that into consideration. We, of course, want to have a goals day, so opportunities for our teachers to meet with parents about progress for their students. We always want to end prior to Memorial Day weekend, since that is our graduation dates. Of course, considering state and local calendars, national holidays. Flex time is something that we have included for several years as an opportunity for staff to complete professional development in the summertime. Work day after the winter break has been something important for our teachers to kind of get their feet back under them coming back from that break. And then professional development days spread out throughout the year, and then a 9-week grading period. So some of the big ideas that we saw in our survey, first we had over 3,000 community members, parents, staff members fill out the thought exchange survey. You can see there the distribution of responses. We had the largest portion was parents, so that was great. We asked them specifically how they felt. This was the first year that we did a full day, goals day, and we moved it to a little bit later. It was actually the day after Halloween, and overwhelmingly, the response was positive from parents and staff members that was a great day to do it. It was a great use of time for teachers to have that full day to have ongoing conversations with parents. I think campuses also scheduled ARD meetings and SST 504 meetings on those days to bring parents in and have those conversations as well. And then you can see some of the big topics that came up in the survey. These are typical. We see these every year. Just a side note, one thing that did come up in the survey a lot was a 4-day work week. And we told the committee that would obviously be not our conversation to have, but just wanted to acknowledge that was something that was brought up. So some of the challenges that we faced when developing the calendar was first making sure we provided 3 weekends in the winter break, which we are having this year and did our best to include next year, which will mean that the fall semester will end on December 20th and will return January the 6th. Also ending prior to Memorial Day, so we've included that it will end May 23rd, the spring semester. And then Dr. Rollo asked us to consider the possibility of making Election Day a holiday. There are other districts that have already set this in motion for next year, just for safety reasons. Dr. Rollo, do you want to say anything else about that?
Just with so many of our buildings being voting sites, just the safety concerns, and with this being a presidential election, we expect the turnout to be huge. And so just for safety reasons, most districts our size and larger are making that a holiday.
So in order to kind of meet that challenge and honor that that November 1st Goals Day was a huge success, we looked at the possibility of having a small fall break to meet that need, since the election day falls on November the 5th. So I'll show you how that kind of plays out here in a minute. And then the 187 staff days, because of doing a fall break, that was more holidays than we typically have. And so it was a challenge for us to find 187 staff days. So one consideration that we would like to bring is to add an additional flex day so that there would be 3. So it would mean that Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday of the Thanksgiving break would be considered flex days. And so that would mean staff members over the summer would participate in their completion of their compliance courses, which is required by the state. That would count as 1 day, which we did this year. And then professional development opportunities, they could attend 1 or 2 days, which most of our teachers do that regardless, and more so. And then giving teachers, we know that they spend a lot of time in their classrooms over the summer, and so honoring as one of those days to be a classroom work day if they chose to do that. So the comparison document, really the only difference between the two calendars, and this is a surprise to anybody that ever serves on this committee, is that there's not a lot of options and not a lot of things that you can do. But the second draft has an additional staff development day
the Monday after spring break. So students would have an additional day coming back from spring break. The committee felt that November 1st was such a success and giving them opportunity to meet with parents and hold some ARD and SST 504 meetings that it would be beneficial to have another one of those days in March. And so that's where that came in. And we're going to recommend that that serves as a potential weather day as well, just to help us with our banked minutes. So our two drafts, which I believe that you have printed copies, because again, like Kim said earlier, I know you cannot see that on the screen, but you can see basically they are very similar. November 1st will be a full goals day for all students or for all campuses. And then Monday and Tuesday following that, the 4th and 5th, will be staff and student holidays around that election day. We will have half days, early dismissal days prior to the Christmas break and prior to the end of the school year in May. We have our staff development days spread out prior to each 9 weeks, about 2 weeks prior to each 9 weeks, so that we can have our content co-op days and planning days spread out. Any questions about either of the draft options?
And this may not be an option, so excuse my ignorance, but is there not a way to tag the November 25th, 26th, 27th somewhere that's required in school and just give that week off without, given some of the stuff we've talked about this year? Like, we can't start July 31st, August 1st, 2nd, and make those 3 days part of the beginning of their...
Well, so we're recommending 3 flex days, and so one of those they could tack on to that July 31st or any time in the summer.
I think the reason we do it the way we've done it is to give teachers flexibility in the summer to work around their vacation schedules and opportunities that meet their individual needs.
I guess I'm asking, could those 3 days not be days in the classroom, July 31st, August 1st, August 2nd?
We could, but then we're dictating when they have those flex days, and then they're not flex anymore.
Well, no, I'm not calling them flex. I'm saying start it to where the flex is out of the, like, removes the equation. In those days, they do their PD one day, they do their training another day.
I don't know that we have the capacity to offer all of the training that we do in the summer on those 3 days. And so, I mean, because we offer training, all different kinds of options all summer long for teachers.
And remember, the feedback that we've gotten in the past is that we put on so much training at the beginning of the year, it overwhelms them. They're more concerned about getting their classrooms ready. And
I guess that's what I would say, because to me, the staff day is a staff day, regardless of what they do during the day, right? Am
Correct.
I mistaken?
No,
so those
that's
3
correct.
days could be planning days. That's my annual complaint.
Yes.
Setting X days, no matter what campus you're at, that you're getting to plan. And so, I don't know, just a thought, because it just seems like we have all these options, and I don't know.
Our teachers in the survey really appreciate the flex days. I know that we heard from one employee who was not happy, but in general, the teachers, the feedback we get is that they really are appreciative of us giving them a day back for completing the compliance courses, which we don't have a choice in compliance courses. Those are in law. And then this year, a day to work in their classrooms. They're actually getting that day back. And then, so technically they just have to choose one other professional development that they go to. And they can choose whatever they want, whenever they want in the summer that fits with their schedule.
Wouldn't you agree that their appreciativeness is more about having the full week of Thanksgiving off?
Yeah, absolutely.
Of course.
But they're going to do those other things anyway.
No, yeah, I get you. And most of them wait till the last minute anyway. And so if you put it at July 31st, August 1st, August 2nd, anyway.
I would push back on that, because we do have teachers attend all summer long. Very few wait till the last minute.
They do. That
there
is
are
true.
some.
That is true. So the next step for us, if you don't have any other questions, is we will send out a survey to staff and community members for them to vote between the two options, and then we'll bring those results back to you in January.
So couple questions. Beth, does this calendar include the late start Wednesday as we've modeled the past few years?
Yes, and so that was one of the considerations, is that with late start, that reduces the number of student minutes that we have at the high school. And so we want to make sure that we are in a good place where we to have a larger number of weather days. And as Misty keeps saying, the almanac says that we're supposed to have a bad winter this year. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. So that's why we added in, we do have a weather day in April and a weather day that in option B, that March 17th would also be a weather day to help those minutes. And of course, we'll monitor those. We've talked about if later in the spring, if we needed additional minutes to make sure we were covered, that we could put a pause on late start Wednesday in the late spring.
Okay.
All righty.
Oh, time to go.
Good morning, Central Office. In 5 minutes, we will have the Hutch Choir bringing some Christmas cheer down here at the West Atrium. Come join us.
Are you guys good with doing quality seats analysis? Okay.
Can you do it in 3 minutes?
Probably not 30.
As long as it's.
Would you like to sing to us as well,
Yeah.
kid?
That's right. Bust a move while you're up there.
Get Kami to do trivia.
All right, good morning, members of the board, Dr. Rollo. First of all, before we get into the quality seats analysis, I do want to thank a couple of members of our team that are here. Got Dr. Lane Soberad and Taylor Watson. They do a great job of helping us gather the data points necessary to help put the quality seats analysis together. This is an annual thing that we do each and every year to help us review our data points, kind of discuss potential actions based on our QSA, and then just to see how things will go with our stakeholders as well. So when we look at the system of great schools, it's a system to help us understand what school performance is, to take bold action, and to create what's needed and expand, help empower families, and help to really sustain effective central office structures so that we can then have access to high quality, best fit schools and families that will basically have schools that our families want, need, and desire in their communities. And again, what we've tried to do is really work not just in a silo with the Chief Innovation Office, but we also try to work with Chief Academic Officer, operations, just all the different areas that we can to help us find those best fits for our district. So what our SGS has looked like is we've had our QSA, our North Star goal that we've set and that we continue to monitor. And as we move forward, we looked at school action funding for some of our schools, school improvement planning, the teacher incentive allotment, looking at enrollment priorities, and then also looking at tiering of campuses that we'll discuss here later. So when we look at this analysis, it's a collection of key data points to help identify and measure progress towards our North Star goal, to identify district-wide trends, and to help in the annual school planning process. So this is our 5th QSA that we've done in our district, and we wanted to make sure we align those with other goals and initiatives in our district. Even with the North Star goal, we take that North Star goal and try to make sure it's aligned with campus and our district improvement plan, and also kind of look at our campus improvement plans as well. Looking at key strategies throughout as well, and then also looking at our mission and vision and how we are kind of intertwining the QSA and the information there with our strategies and our goals. So when we look at our findings, it's things that we've continued to kind of emphasize each and every year. Our enrollment trends continue to show declining enrollment, and demographic trends also indicate this will continue. Lubbock ISD is losing students to neighboring districts through movement and some families choosing charter school options. There's an increase in the number of students attending A and B schools that was up to 75% in 2022. Right now, we're still waiting on of accountability for 2023 because right now there's a pause due to some litigation that's going on in the state. So there could be a decrease once the final state accountability results are shared, or there could be not a change. We just don't know at this time. We have looked at district interventions, have worked at most of our school action funded schools, have shown strong results in most but not all places, and middle school is still an area of concern. When we look at our progress to our North Star goal, which is 80% of our students in A and B seats, we have made tremendous progress when we looked at last year's data. 75% of our students fit in that category. Again, our goal is to have 80% by 2025, 2026. And again, this is just kind of a visual of where we're at with our roadmap. Currently we have 6 school actions have been completed so far in our district, where 4 are currently in progress, and we'll talk about those here in a moment. But this is just a visual of where we're at through our North Star goal heading into 2026. And if we look at the different school actions that we've done throughout the last few years, where we started with some of the campuses and then how we have grown and added new campuses throughout this process. And so, again, just all the work that we've done through this office, and then also in partnership with our district and also other partners that have helped assist us. Our interventions have shown progress in recent years. And so just one of the things, we're looking at an outside evaluator, which is Texas Tech, and they come in and they've done some work in helping to interview some staff members of some of these schools. And so I wanted to share something that one teacher from Wester did share about the impact that SAF, the model, had on their campus. Basically, in that quote, they mentioned, "You cannot believe the difference in our school. It's like the Twilight Zone in reverse. It's like a whole different school." And what I was telling somebody earlier this week in the community is that the community is starting to change too. I would have never thought a change in the community would have started at an elementary school. But I see it as I walk around the community. The parents are way more involved than they were before the redesign. So to me, that just shows the impact that some of the actions that we're doing with school action is really making a huge difference in our schools.
If I can add to that for Wester, we have a Wester parent who's on our Community Leadership Academy, and we toured Wester earlier in the year. And she, went on and on, because she has older children who went through Wester before, and then she has a child there now, and she could not say enough about the change that she sees in that school.
And so we're hoping that these little actions that we do that are school-based but also spread into the community help bring some change that's needed in our district to help us hit that North Star goal. Our interventions in recent years are showing progress, and here are some of the interventions that we have highlighted that we've discussed in previous years, and we continue to monitor as we move forward. Some current in-flight actions. We have 4 actions taking place: McKenzie, Bean, Brown, and Cavazos, and where they're at in their different years of implementation. 3 of these schools are in year 2 or their final year of their 3-year implementation phase. And where they're at, there's some bright spots, but there's still a lot of work to be done at some of these campuses. Cavazos Middle School is actually entering their planning year of a blended learning redesign. And so we're hoping that these actions not only help with their accountability, but also help with some choice options for students to want to remain at that campus. In addition to these schools, others have been impacted by the SAF grants. At Irons, that community was impacted when we created Commander McCool Academy, and we had to kind of change our boundaries a little bit so that enrollment changed there a bit. So there was some decline there. When we look at performance, the Jackson, Guadalupe, and Wright, the board and the community actually passed the bond issue, so that allowed us to build Oneida Carmona Harrison, which allowed the opportunity for those schools to be consolidated into a great agri-STEM program that is also helped supported by SAF in the past. And the Dupree community. Again, we did consolidate the school going into Brown, and also that students had other choices to go to other schools. But what really is the positive impact about that is how that building is currently used and is a home to in-district daycare. And then the former Matthews Academy is now moved into that Dupree building as well. And so that's had a really positive impact on that community when we look at the changes that were made. Looking at a current enrollment, again, we see that trend of declining enrollment still taking place in our district the last few years. We did have a little post-COVID bump with students returning back, but then you can still see those declines in enrollment there. And also when we look at enrollment, it's not just, we see some enrollment opportunities. The county enrollment is growing just slightly. It's not astronomical like it is in some other parts of the state. But also the county, again, when we look at our neighbors to the south and southwest, there's been increases there with their enrollment. But again, We just don't have as many school-aged children residing in Lubbock ISD boundaries than we used to have in the past. See how our charters have impacted our district, where some of the students are choosing, our families are choosing to send their children to. As far as the charter impact, Harmony, Rise, Triumph, those numbers are listed there. And then we also see that we also impact because we also have student choice. We do have some students coming in from Friendship and Lubbock Cooper to help that want to take advantage of some of the great opportunities we have with the choices that we have in our district, especially at the high school level. Here you can say this is a visual that can kind of show you where, when we look at accountability and our accountability trajectory, again, this is 22 data. When we look at also in comparison to our attendance, or not our attendance, but also our boundaries, when we look at enrollment, you can see where some of our campuses are there. Many of our elementary campuses are strong and steady, meaning that, it doesn't matter about the enrollment, but when we look at the impact of accountability, that tracker is strong and steady. So we're seeing some great success at our elementary schools. There's a few campuses that we're looking at, and we'll talk more about how we tiered our campuses here in a moment and how we're addressing those. On the secondary side, again, that's a little different here. You can see that a lot of our middle schools, when we look at enrollment and we also look at accountability, there's some declining factors that are taking place when we look at historical data on accountability. But then also some areas, a lot of our high schools are strong and steady. Also, when we look at choice and how that choice impacts enrollment, when we look at, for example, very few students who live in the Roscoe Wilson area, most remain in that area that attend that neighborhood. There are some that do transfer to other opportunities in the district, but the greatest impact we see are at Hodges, Wolford, and Brown, where parents have that choice to make to attend another LISD school. On the secondary side, there's the choice there where you can see that McKenzie and Dunbar, those students make a choice to attend another LISD school within the district. And again, when we look at these factors, they're both within and outside of our district influence as a district that are driving these trends. We have declining birth rates. The county development patterns are largely occurring outside the district's boundary. Housing instability and family mobility leads to families leaving the city. The factors that we can influence, though, are just the choice options that we provide, making changes to our enrollment practices, things that we even mentioned today with athletics. Those are things that we can influence. And then also the ease and equability of access to our choices within Lubbock ISD. Some things that we're trying to do as a district to address these things, again, messaging about our unique Lubbock ISD program offerings. We do have, again, many students from outside Lubbock ISD boundaries that take advantage of the great programs that we have in our district. Making sure that we outreach and create opportunities to showcase what we're doing in our district. Having the ambassador program so that we can kind of discuss and show community members about the great things that go on in our district. And then also just working with schools and having our schools talk to parents and find out, there's opportunities. If you moved into one of our neighboring districts, you can do a right to remain in our district. You can still have and access our programming here. So it's just all of us working together to help ensure that we're providing quality opportunities for our students. We look at long-term enrollment trends. This is based on some data we currently have, and then also working with demographers looking at the future. Again, we see that those enrollment trends still continue to show decline over our years. And kindergarten enrollments has increased over COVID numbers, but then when we look at previous data, we now see that declining enrollment that we saw earlier in elementary is now hitting our middle school and high school campuses at this time. And again, we see that the population trends support potential future declines as well. As birth rates have declined in recent years, we can see that there's also been a substantive decline in the number of residents under 5 in Lubbock County. So again, birth rates are lower in not only within our city, but within our county as well. And then this is a heat map that kind of shows where development trends have occurred in the last, from 2012 to 2022. And you can see that the majority of the development is outside that red box, which represents our district. Again, the birth rates, this is just another data point to kind of show you where the declining birth rates are in Lubbock County. And then how this has really impacted our enrollment demographic shift. Has not really impacted parts of our district equitably at this time. There are certain areas where feeder patterns show more enrollment growth. For example, the Lubbock High feeder pattern is growing overall. The Estacado feeder is declining considerably at elementary and middle school, but the high school has grown within their enrollment numbers. But again, as the population declines, these gaps are likely to grow because some of these seats, for example, in the Lubbock High feeder, as enrollment declines, some of those seats will open up and parents may want to make a choice for their kids to go into that feeder pattern. Also, when we look at overall enrollment projections, again, it shows a downward decline for our district over time. So again, just these are some of the potential next steps. Again, just reviewing and looking at minimum school size. I know that there's a lot of discussion going on about how we're looking at teacher pupil ratios, but also looking at what can we do in the future. This helps us open up that conversation about some of the things that we may have to do in the future when we look at school sizes and the impact on services that we're providing for our school and their community, but then also seeing what are we going to do in the future, and just kind of help us plan that as we go forward. When we look at academic performance, there are no measures for 2022-23 in this past current year. So we've looked at tiering of campuses. So we know that each of our schools are unique, and they provided differentiated supports. We try to provide those differentiated supports to help base on their unique needs. So we've developed a tiering system through the chief academic officer, executive principals, our office, the district coordinator of school improvement, assistant superintendent. So there's a lot of us who have come together to help evaluate what our schools are at right now and what supports they need. So here's the system criteria that we've developed for tiering campuses. We look at leadership teams, summative assessments, human capital, student behavior support and solutions, which you've heard some of the data that was shared with you today. We look at attendance, and then a formative assessment data as well. So we've taken these criteria and developed a rubric. So here's a sample of a rubric that we use for example, when we look at human capital. And here we're looking specifically at teacher retention and how long they've been on campuses. So this is a kind of a measure of how we tier a certain campus. And so we take all of this information and we've tiered campuses. And so for each of those tiered campuses, we provide different support measures. And so here you can see that for tier 1, we look at the coaching responsibilities with, working with the executive principals and how that looks, from how we look at data and how we monitor that, looking at behavior rounds, access to student behavior support professionals as needed, how we check in with things, and how they receive student and parent resolution support. When we look at tier 2 campuses, that increases a little bit. So instead of having a monthly meeting, we would move it to a bi-weekly or weekly meeting depending upon what's going on at the campus. We look at clear roles and responsibilities, looking at the district coaching. So there's a little bit more help and support for their tier 2 campuses. And then we go to tier 3, instead of having those bi-weekly meetings, we're looking at more weekly meetings. Having action types of meetings with an executive coaching team, which includes many members of people that are still here in the audience, working with the academic officer, the executive principals, behavior supports, everyone coming together to see what we can do to help support the campus as they move forward. So here's a list of our tier 3 campuses based on all the criteria that I shared with you. So we have some of those with double asterisks are currently going through school action as well, and some of those with a single asterisk have gone through school action. But you can see the list of campuses here that we provide that differentiated support to help them to be successful, and we monitor that progress constantly throughout the year. When we look at school actions that have applied for, none of our Lubbock ISD campuses qualified as eligible for Cycle 8 School Action Fund. So that's a good thing, but again, that was based on 2022 data. The thing is, though, if we were to try to take some of those funds that were available, that would also eliminate some other funding sources that we receive, and we can't just do that as a district. So we really looked at some areas that we can really take advantage of with this next cycle of LASSO grants, and that is strong foundation implementation, working with curriculum instruction, and looking at the implementation and support for Eureka Math as we continue to emphasize that in our district, but then also looking at a blended learning grant that we did apply for on behalf of Dunbar for a planning year for both math and reading. Again, these are non-academic indicators. This is staff experience and how that varies widely by campus, where you see that we hope that as we continue to work with Holdsworth, with our leadership pipeline and that work there, that as we start working with leadership and helping to build that pipeline of ready leaders, that will also help with teacher retention in the future. So here on the elementary side, you can see that a lot of the teacher retention is pretty solid. Average years of experience are in blue, and you can see that those are pretty high at most of our elementary campuses. Middle school, it's a little different at times, but again, we're working on making sure that we're providing those supports necessary for our principals and then also for our teachers to help them want to remain in our campus. And again, we have some other things that we'll share about how we try to do that in our district. But again, this is lagging data, so this is 22 data that you're seeing here. So there's some changes that are not really demonstrated here because of 2023. Also, we have, this is just a scatter plot of where a lot of our teachers, inexperienced teachers may be performing at or in their overall scores, but in a whole, we don't see that experience is really tied to effectiveness in LISD. I mean, we have a lot of good systems in place, opportunities to help prepare teachers or new teachers into our school system. So we try to do as much as we can to help them support them because, again, that impacts the students. There is a variation in TI designation within our district. So here is some of the latest TIA data that we just received from the state. We can see that the average percentage of teaching staff with designations now in our district is at 47.5%. And again, this is pending TE approval with data validations. The smallest percentage of designations is at McKenzie, with the highest percentage of designations at Roscoe Wilson. And you can see the summary here for the TIA. Right now, still pending spring submissions, but 672 designated teachers now in LISD. That is significant. 295 will be new designations that are proposed, and 377 are continuing their designations. Here you can see the breakdown of those designation levels, and we're looking at about $6.5 million estimated teacher payout in August of 2024 based on those designations. Here's, you can see the breakdown of the designation by grade levels of the highest, the high school level, it's Monterey and Lubbock High, middles, Evans and Hutchinson Middle School, and then elementaries, Roscoe Wilson and Miller. Dr. Sobrad will provide you a more detailed summary about TA in the spring, but this is what we just received, and we always want to make sure y'all have that update. Also, we talk about attendance. That is an area of focus, both at the elementary and secondary, and so you kind of heard a little bit from Ms. Jennings about our ADA, because our campuses are really working hard on trying to improve attendance from last year to this year. Our executive principals are sharing detailed reports every few weeks to help them monitor what's going on. So we have really made an effort to try to help that area. So what you see here is kind of a breakdown of campuses with the highest attendance percentage to the lowest. And then here's secondary as well. So you can see how that's broken down. But we're, again, trying our best to really monitor that and really pay attention to those details and making those phone calls, communicating with parents the importance of bringing and having your kids attend school every day. Again, middle school, this is just, again, that shows from our 22 data, an area that we really need to focus on. And we've done this, especially with the tiering system that we put in place. Some of our middle schools are located there. We're looking at, again, new high quality instructional materials to help support that, looking at school action funding that we've done currently and have done in the past, making sure that we have communities in schools operating at all middle schools and have somebody there full time during the day. And then also some of our campuses have implemented having an academic dean, which their focus is not about the administration tasks that APs do, but it's about the teaching and learning that takes place on a campus each and every day, and helping to coach our teachers. So that's been a positive shift in some of our middle schools that have added that position to their campus. Again, this is just emphasizing again how enrollment declines have begun to impact middle schools as we move into the future and currently. And then our transfer patterns, where are kids going? I don't know, the slide didn't turn out, but you can see Evans is there. So the four campuses that we see a lot more positive school choice compared to net out. And you can see the numbers there for the campuses there. Again,
and McCool's on there, but that is completely a
Yes.
school choice school.
That is, yeah, it's 100% magnet school choice. And you can see that Hutch has the highest, where you have students choosing to go to Hutch versus McKenzie opting out and trying to find another school within the district to go to. So those are some areas that we're hoping to address as we go through some of the actions that are taking place right now. Again, we look at academic performance. That's been a struggle. Elementary, again, strong and steady, but I showed you the data earlier about where we're looking at how some of our campuses, a lot of those campuses that were in the red or in yellow were middle school campuses, and that's an area of focus. Again, we're trying to target these. Some of our most significant middle school interventions have had some leading indicators of success. Again, with the creation of McCool and the impact that it's had in that area, the OL Slayton redesign and how that's working and how that's actually, it did impact performance, because they did improve 11 points in 2022 compared to 2019. And then Dunbar, we heard the success of how that moving up from that F-rated campus to a C-rated campus and being removed from IR and the work that was done there. Again, what I'm sharing with you today is just one step in how we do an annual portfolio planning process in our district, and the steps that we take there. We want to learn from our bright spots, such as things that are going on in Centennial, Wester, Bayless, McWhorter, and then the things that we might learn from is our principal mentoring, PLC structures, classroom observations, sharing of resources, connecting now with Holdsworth and trying to improve our leadership pipeline moving forward. And then again, community engagement, that's going to be huge. The district town halls that y'all are having and hearing the feedback coming from the community is going to be really crucial for us to be able to help review and then help to make some plans in the future about how we can really impact campuses and the work that we're doing in our district. So we want, again, I commend the board for taking that action, being able to go into the community and listening to the community, and then getting feedback so that we can try to understand what they believe is working and what's not working and how we can move forward. And then the last thing I want to share is just some Title I themes. This is from the spring of last year, and we had about 2,000 responses from across all campuses involving parent involvement, culture, and climate. But one thing I do want to emphasize is that 77% of our respondents feel that their children are safe at school most of the time when we look at the data that came from that survey. So again, it's just good opportunities for us to learn, hear from our community, and ways that we can then impact the schools and finding innovative choices and working with our different departments to bring about, again, the types of schools that our community and our parents deserve.
A lot of data.
Yes, it's a lot. Any questions?
One question I have, and not question, but maybe follow up, whether it's the Friday update or student engagement committee or something. I'd be curious to know what schools the kids transferred. There was like from Cooper, I think 200 and something or 300 and something, and Friendship like 100 or 50.
I can actually find that data now. The TAs provided us some additional resources that we never had in the past, but it will be lagging data. But at least I can let you know.
Well, just to correlate to that number, I'd love to know, are those all at Lubbock High? Are those majority, whatever the case may be?
And is that a gross number of outs versus ins, or is that just the I didn't see a number on there of LISD students that are transferring out
Right.
to those two schools.
And we, like I said, I now have the opportunity to be able to do that and dive into that data. The only issue is more lagging data. It's from last year, but at least gives us an idea of where the kids are going from. Yeah, a perspective. You know, I know that there's some growth going on and some other schools that are opening up, and we'll see how that impacts the district as we move forward. But like I said, at least we have some starting point, and I can get you that data.
What is what's the sustainability of these school action funds? Because what our oldest school
Would
action
be-
fund is 4 years old, 3 years old.
Yeah, it'd be Western, McCool, and Dunbar. Those would be our three oldest actions. Part of it is, again, is if we look at Western, I like to brag on Western because the job that Stacy Hurst has done there is just incredible, and helping to rebuild not only the staff and the buy-in that all kids can learn, but also the buy-in from the community. And when you think about where her school is located, with 15 apartment complexes surrounding her school, the high mobility rate for the kids to go from an F-rated campus to an A-rated campus, I mean, it's incredible. And we still try to find them additional supports. We look for other grant opportunities that allow them to still continue to be coached by, for example, the School Empowerment Network, which was the organization that helped us build the structures and helped Stacy build those structures. She still receives coaching support from them. So it's just finding those things for us to be able to continue the actions that have taken place by providing coaching support for our campus leaders. Because if the leaders can continue the momentum shift, we want to continue that to the next leadership level, or the next person that steps into that role. And then I guess that's where Holdsworth comes in, and working with Holdsworth and building that leadership pipeline and leadership definition for our district. Because we don't want these to be 3 years in and then we're done. We want this to be sustainable. And we're trying to build sustainable structures within these campuses. And that's where that coaching support that comes from our technical assistance providers is key and crucial. I would say that most of the people that we've partnered with have been great. If there's an organization that I'm concerned about, or Dr. Rollo's concerned about, we bring it immediately to the attention of TEA, and they help us to kind of, okay, we got to find a fix, because, you know, in the end, TEA doesn't want these schools to fail either. They put a lot of effort, time, and resources into these schools.
Yeah, I just think it's important for us to, you know, a few of us have talked about, you know, STAR principals or APs or whatever, and I get the need for everybody moving up. I mean, we all want to excel in our careers, you know?
Right.
But sustainability of not only leadership on a campus, but programming, you know, the district as a whole, and I'm not throwing rocks at anybody, it just seems like for the last few decades, we kind of, all right, here's a fire, we're going to go fight this one. And while we're fighting this one, you know, we got 3 more that sprout up, and they just kind of like whack-a-mole. And so I think I appreciate the stuff that we're doing and analyzing the data, because we got to figure out a way that some of these campuses can rise and stay risen.
Absolutely, and being part of the network of other System of Great Schools network, which incorporates 20 other districts in the state, hearing their feedback, we learn from each other. Yeah. And so they're great resources. If there's an issue going on here in Lubbock that, hey, I need some help with, I can call a resource down at Edgewood ISD or Fort Worth ISD. What are y'all doing? How did this partnership work with this company? Or how are you managing this grant? Those have been very helpful. And they've learned from us as well. We hosted a very successful meeting in October, where we had invited other districts from across the state. They came to visit our schools and see what we're doing. And they were just really impressed by the job that we're doing here in our district. And they took some things for what we're doing. They call us a lot. They call Misty a lot. They call me a lot. They call Kim about what are we doing in our district, because they want to replicate some of those systems that are successful here in other parts of the state.
Awesome. Job well done.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Ken. We appreciate you.
Sorry.
Mr. Curry, we are at our future Finance Committee meeting. We're going to have the demonstration of Forecast 5, which is a piece of software that will bring to light exactly what you're looking for.
Oh, more software.
It is going to be lagging data. No, we've already owned it.
Oh.
course, it comes up
Fancy.
for renewal next
Fancy.
month. and-
No, that'll be good.
I think one thing to look at is whether or not sometimes, and you guys know this more than I know this, when we're losing those, when we can't retain those highly effective teachers, how many students or families are maybe even following those teachers? You know, I'm very mindful it may not be the trend as much, but when Amy Stevens, who was a phenomenal principal at Bozeman, when she went to Bayless, some of those families went to Bayless because they didn't want to lose their principal, and they had built that rapport. So just something, maybe another data point to look at, not that y'all don't have enough to do already, right?
That one may be a little more challenging to
Yeah,
track.
I'm sure it is. No doubt, no doubt. Well, if there's nothing else, it's 11:04. You got anything else?
Do you have anything?
We are adjourned.
My questions were good.